Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. We're about to start, maybe in the next 1 minute, so we just want to crave your indulgence. Please take your seats. And we've been advised that please, we need everyone to, if you need to get up, please use the sides. Because we're streaming live, we don't want any interruption in the middle aisle, so please use the sides. Secondly, we want to beg, plead, and ask, please, if you could please move forward a bit so that we have more people in the front once again. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this event, German-Nigerian Flare4Value Initiative. We can move forward a bit, please. Those at the back, please, we can come forward a bit. So, good morning, everyone. Welcome once again. My name is Dr. Mohammed Mala. Work with the NUPLC. Here today with me, Ekene Dinechuku, Ekene for short, will be anchoring this event today together, running through the sessions, through the agenda. So we hope to start promptly at 10:30. We're glad to have you all here. I'll allow Ekene to take it up from here, then we'll be interchanging. But please, if we can put our phone on silence so we don't have a lot of interruptions during the sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mala. So we'll be starting, I think we'll just go ahead and start. We don't have to wait to 10:30 because we are far over time. So we'll be commencing this program with an introduction and welcome remark. We're having a welcome remark by the supposed to be the country director of GIZ and ECOWAS, Dr. Marcus, but in absentia, we have Mr. Duke Benjamin, the cluster coordinator GTI, will be taking this session. Mr. Duke, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ikena, for that introduction. Mr. Johannes Lehner, the Deputy Ambassador of the Federal Republic of Germany, the essay to the President on Climate Technology. Mr. Chijioke Uzoho, the MD of the Gas Aggregation Company of Nigeria. Our highly valued partners and representatives of government agencies that are sector and development partner players that are here. My dear pleasure to welcome you on behalf of the GIZ Nigerian ECOWAS, on behalf of Dr. Marcus Wagner, the country director, to this German-Nigerian Flare4Value aimed at reducing gas flaring in Nigeria. Over recent months, through the German-Nigerian Flare4Value Initiative, We have facilitated intensive technology dialogue amongst Nigeria's key institutions, predominantly NUPRC, NMDPRA, and Nostria, and of course, Gas Aggregator Company of Nigeria, the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, and the Presidency. So, moreover, Nigerian practitioners and German technology providers have jointly explored the regulatory, the financial, and the technological dimensions of flare gas reduction. And now today, at this event, I am genuinely excited to see the results. So we are going to be answering the questions around what have we learned, what next steps are we agreeing upon, what recommendations emerge from this combined expertise for Nigeria's policymakers and regulators that are here in the room today. So this conference, of course, marks the Flare4Value event series supported by the German-Nigerian Foreign Office, implemented through GIZ, our hydrogen office, German-Nigerian Hydrogen Office. I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to our Nigerian partner institutions who have demonstrated exemplary leadership and commitment throughout the journey. I was also lucky to be part of those that went on a study tour together, so I could see the interest in doing the journey. I am extending special thanks to the Gas Aggregator Company of Nigeria for co-hosting this event today, and for your instrumental role in driving the technical work forward. Your expertise and dedication have been the backbone of this project as well. We are especially grateful for the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, and the National Oil Spills Detection and Response Agency. For once, I tried to pronounce everything out. For your political steering, technical contributions, data sharing, and collaborative spirit that have enriched the quality and the relevance of the study that we all underwent together. At the Presidency, represented here today by Olamide Fabuji, the Special Advisor on Climate Technology to the President, thank you for the political backing and the commitment to Nigeria's climate goals that give initiatives like this Flare4Value the strategic importance that it deserves. Under the financing of the German government, we support Nigeria, and one of our key pillars is the Just Transition and Inclusion Cluster, where our energy projects, climate projects, peace and security projects are housed, and also the Hydrogen Office. Now, the German-Nigerian Hydrogen Office is commissioned by the German Federal Office and financed by the International Climate Initiative, ICI. Our goal is to foster the development of hydrogen capacity and more broadly decarbonization diplomacy. The office plays a vital role in supporting the German federal government's energy and climate foreign policy. So through this initiative, the German-Nigerian Hydrogen Office strengthens local expertise, builds partnerships, and supports the development of a regulatory framework for sustainable energy and decarbonization in Nigeria. This complements GIZ's broader efforts to create an enabling environment for clean energy, enhance local capacity, and drive innovation in the Nigerian energy sector. I am particularly excited for our German technology partners that are here today. They have also welcomed us last month, opened their factory doors for us. During our successful study trip to Germany, we had Siemens Energy we visited, ITT Bernemann, 2G Energy, and Neumann and ESSA. We thank you for opening your facilities, for sharing your expertise, and for demonstrating world-class solutions for flare gas reduction and utilization. Your hospitality in Germany was exceptional. Thank you very much. And now, today, some are online here, but some have also traveled away to Abuja. Your Nigerians also welcome to Abuja. Your presence here today demonstrates a genuine commitment to the partnership, not just for technology transfer, But of course, we look forward to exploring how your solutions can be adapted to Nigeria's unique context. But what challenge are we facing to address? I think in the room are experts, I don't need to say much, but we are aware that Nigeria flares approximately 275 billion standard cubic feet of gas annually, and that is equivalent to 60 million tons of CO2 emissions and about $1.5 billion lost in revenue. So this project and the initiative represents both an environmental challenge, or is solving an environmental challenge, but also, of course, untapping economic opportunity for Nigeria. So the project was designed to transform this challenge into concrete action by the German government. Over the past months, we've conducted comprehensive assessments, gathered and analyzed critical data, facilitated knowledge exchange with a practical roadmap for flare gas reduction, and we are looking forward to discussing and validating those findings today. Collaboration, translating policy recommendations into implement solutions, and for the valuable contributions you will also make today. I am confident that the discussion development priorities are a strong bilateral partnership between Germany and Nigeria. I wish us all productive deliberations. Thank you for being here, and I now hand over to distinguished speakers, also Team GACN, for their opening or introductory message.
Thank you so much, Mr. Duke. Thank you for that warm welcome. We're excited, and we also can't wait to hear what we've learned in terms of reducing flaring in Nigeria. Moving on real quick, we'll be inviting the MD, Managing Director of Gas Aggregator Company Nigeria.
Thank you. The German Deputy Head of Mission, essay to the President on climate change, the reps, Your Excellencies, members of the diplomat, the A's ably represented by my friend here, Lamade Edi, representatives of NOSRA, representatives of GIZ and the German Federal Foreign Office, industry leaders. Good morning. It is my honor, on behalf of the Gas Aggregator Company Nigeria Ltd and our dear partners GIZ, to welcome you to the German and Nigerian Flare4Value Multistakeholder Conference. We deeply appreciate your presence today at this important engagement. Over the last year, the Flare4Value project is not just a climate and economic loss for us as a nation, agenda, and our broader energy transition plans. In a world increasingly shaped by decarbonization demands, efficiency and emission reductions are no longer optional. They are a strategic imperative for competitiveness. Today's conference is therefore critical as it provides the platform to review the key findings, interrogate the recommendations, and secure the broader consensus required for effective implementation of the Flare4Value of our commercialization ambition with German expertise in flare reduction, low carbon technology, and efficient utilization systems. As a domestic gas aggregator, GSN's mandate sits squarely at the center of this transformational initiative. Optimizing and accelerating domestic gas supply, creating commercially viable utilization pathways, and enabling investors to unlock gas to value opportunities at scale across value chain. We fully recognize that progressing this area requires effective partnership, across government, regulators, operators, financiers, and international partners. And today's engagement demonstrates that shared commitment. Ladies and gentlemen, the Flare4Value project provides us a compelling opportunity enabling framework to realize our flare down ambitions. I would like to commend the team at our own GACN, GIZ, the German Federal Foreign Office, the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, Gas, NUPROC, NMDPRA, NOSRA, our study partners, the operators, financiers, technology companies, and every single person in this room, and those joining virtually. Your contributions have brought us to this point today. Thank you. As we begin this session, I encourage open and solution-driven mindset. Let us use this opportunity to strengthen partnerships, align priorities, and take decisive steps that not only reduce emission, but also unlock new incremental economic value for our country. Thank you once again for your support and commitment. I wish us all a productive and impactful conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chijioke Zoho, Managing Director, Gas Aggregator Company Nigeria, for that warm welcome for this Flare4Value event. Thank you. In proceeding, we are next on the agenda. We are taking in the goodwill messages from. Would be inviting Mr. Johannes Len, the Deputy Ambassador of the Federal Republic of Germany in Nigeria, to deliver his goodwill message. Thank you. Mr. Johannes, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, especially Mr. Utsoho from the Gas Aggregation Company of Nigeria and Mrs. Tayo Rhodes, who, by the way, I heard it's your birthday today. You're looking younger than ever, madam. Mr. Olamide Fakbuji, Special Advisor to the President on Climate Technology, Duke Benjamin and Christina Fürst from the GIZ, distinguished representatives from NUPRC, NMDPRA, Nostra, and the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, our technology partners, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Federal Republic of Germany, I'm honored to welcome you to this closing conference of our German-Nigerian Flare4Value Initiative. What began as a shared ambition to tackle one of Nigeria's most pressing energy and climate challenges has evolved into a concrete body of work, with technical assessments completed, partnerships forged, and actionable recommendations now ready for your consideration. We are grateful for your trust and collaborative spirit of all of you that have brought us to this point. The German-Nigerian Energy Partnership has deep roots stretching back for decades. It was just renewed at the German-Nigerian Binational Conference in Berlin a few weeks ago, and now we fill it again with live. We started with the President the second phase of the energy partnership for the improvement of the energy sector. We will have the National Energy Support Program with the GIZ, and now we're adding to this today's conference that demonstrates how this partnership continues to evolve, addressing contemporary challenges in climate action and sustainable development. We are proud to support Nigeria's ambitious efforts to reduce gas flaring through our German-Nigerian Hydrogen Office, H2 Diplo, implemented by the GIZ and financed by the German government. Strategic significance of this closing conference is not just immediate conclusion, but a transition point. Over the past few months, Nigeria and German experts have worked side by side to assess Nigeria's gas flaring challenge, explore technological solutions, and develop actionable recommendations. The study tour to Germany last month was particularly valuable, enabling Nigerian practitioners to engage directly with German technology providers and witness innovative solutions firsthand. I'm still envious of this because I could not participate, but Duke did, and I think actually they made a big progress. I was particularly pleased to see our Germany technology partners here in Abuja today, but they're still on the way. And SRG to Energy and Siemens, and opening to meet Nigeria's specific needs and conditions. The presence of both policymakers, regulators, and technology providers in this room creates ideal conditions for transforming technical potential into practical implementation. Successful flare gas reduction requires this combination: sound policy frameworks, proven technologies, viable finance models, and committed stakeholders. Today's conference serves several critical purposes: validating the technical findings and recommendations developed over recent months, building consensus among diverse stakeholders on priority actions, showcasing technology solutions and exploring investment pathways, as well as charting the roadmap for the next phase of collaboration. The discussion paper you will review today represents the combined expertise of Nigeria's leading energy institutions and international partners. Its recommendations are grounded in Nigeria's realities, regulatory frameworks, and economic contexts. I encourage all stakeholders to engage actively and constructively with these findings and work towards actionable commitments. Germany envisions a deepening partnership with Nigeria, especially in this field of flare gas reduction. The relationship built through this Nigerian-German Flare4Value Initiative can serve as a foundation for broader collaboration on energy transition, decarbonisation, and climate action. We are ready to continue supporting Nigeria's journey towards sustainable energy and climate leadership. The German Federal Foreign Office, through H2 Diplo, and our bilateral cooperation frameworks remain committed to this partnership. I wish you a productive deliberations today. May the discussion generate clear next steps, concrete commitments, and strengthen partnerships. Together we can transform the challenge of gas flaring into an opportunity for sustainable development, economic growth, and climate action. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to the outcomes of this conference.
Thank you, Mr. Harris, for that wonderful delivery. I think so far from the speeches we've heard from Duke Benjamin, from Mr. Chijoke, so from Harris, a team is building around a team. So I just want you to think about that. But maybe when all the speakers for the opening ceremony have taken that, get back to that. So I would like to call on the Senior Special Advisor to the President on Climate Technology and Operations, Mr. Olamide Fagbuji, to good message from the Presidency. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to open by thanking, first of all, especially the GACN for their work in bringing this together. And I'd also like to extend my appreciation to the German Federal Office and the Deputy German Ambassador, Johannes Lerner, for their role in also facilitating this meeting. Mr. Zoho, the MD CEO of GACN, the NUPRC, NMDPRA, technology partners, academia, and policymakers, and everyone else in the room. It's really an honor to bring the goodwill of the Presidency to this important engagement on the German Flare4Value project, an initiative that embodies the kind of forward-looking, technology-driven collaboration that Nigeria strongly supports. This gathering comes at a pivotal time in our national climate and energy agenda. As the world intensifies action on methane reduction, Nigeria is equally committed to achieving rapid, measurable progress in line with our nationally determined contributions (NDCs) and the ambitions outlined in our energy transition plan. Gas flaring and methane emissions sit at the intersection of our climate obligations, our economic priorities, and our energy security needs. Addressing them is not optional, it is central to delivering on our 2030 and 2060 commitments. This is why the federal government deeply values the role of stakeholders from oil and gas operators, technology providers, state governments, financiers, and community partners to our international allies. Successful methane abatement requires coordinated action, shared accountability, and strong linkages to the policy direction. We have already set a direction that prioritizes transparency, innovation, commercialization of flare gas, and environmental responsibility. The Flare4Value project aligns seamlessly with these national priorities. It also strengthens the robust technical cooperation between Nigeria, Germany, and particularly through the German government and GIZ support in developing the systems, the skills, and frameworks that would allow us to scale solutions across the energy ecosystem. As we move towards 2026, the federal government is working to harmonize all energy transition-related activities under a single national architecture, ensuring coherence, standardization, and effective monitoring of our progress. Partnerships like this one are instrumental in translating these policies into translating these policies into real projects, real emissions reductions, and real opportunities for our people. Let me express our deep appreciation to all stakeholders represented here today. Your expertise, your commitment, and your constructive engagement are the backbone of our progress, and together we can turn flare gas into economic value, methane reduction into climate leadership, and collaboration into catalysts for national development. I thank you for your time, and I wish us fruitful deliberations here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Olamide Fagoji, the SSA, to the President on Climate Technology. He did mention that addressing these problems are not optional, but central to delivering on the promises and the commitments of Nigeria on the global stage. So, moving on, we would like to call on the Executive Director, Health, Safety, Environment and Community of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, Dr. Mustafa Lamurde, to deliver his goodwill message. Sir, please. Let's put our hands together.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, you agree with me that the previous speakers have done justice in establishing a wealth protocol. So I'll just latch on that. Of the Authority Chief Executive of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, I'm honored to deliver this goodwill message and to join you at this important German-Nigerian Flare4Value Multistakeholder Conference. Let me begin by commending the German Federal Foreign Office, GIZ, and the Gas Aggregation Company of Nigeria for convening this timely engagement. At the moment when Nigeria is intensifying efforts to reduce gas flaring, curb methane emissions, and improve gas utilization, this platform could not be more relevant. The Flare4Value project has provided valuable insight, helping us to quantify flare volumes, identify operational and market constraints, and propose a clear and actionable roadmap for reducing emissions. We appreciate the strong collaboration of the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, Gas, our sister regulator, NUPRC, NOSDRA, and of course, GACN in producing such a comprehensive study. As the regulator of the midstream and downstream sector, the NMDPRA remains committed to creating an enabling environment for safe, sustainable, and commercially viable gas development. In this regard, I'm pleased to highlight one important step recently taken by the authority. which is of course the publication of the guidelines on greenhouse gas and fugitive emissions management. These guidelines provide a robust framework for monitoring, reporting, verifying emissions, particularly methane, while ensuring operators adopt best practice for mitigating measures in line with national and international climate expectations and commitment. Also, the operationalization of the midstream and downstream gas infrastructure fund (MDGF). This fund is a critical financial instrument designed to unlock investment in gas gathering, processing, and transportation infrastructure, exactly the type of facility requires to turn flared gas into useful and profitable products. Many of these projects emerging from the Flare4Value roadmap stands to benefit from the fund, which is the MDGF. This is a very, very good intervention that's coming, from the authority. Today's conference is an important step toward validating the study's recommendation and building the partnerships needed for implementation. The NMDPRA will continue to provide its regulatory support from its mandates, enforcement and compliance, but most importantly, collaboration and guidance to ensure that these ideas
For a good photograph before we Dr. Mustafa, please. Duke. It's okay. Where is okay. Where is the cameraman? Oh, okay, yeah, good. I'm sure he's trying to. So, yes, Kenny, you can join. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. So I'll hand over to my co-uncle as we proceed. But we would like to crave your indulgence, please, to proceed. Cameraman, how did you? Yes. Okay. Where is it? Okay. Thank you. So again, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Mala, and thank you to our honorable speakers. We'll be taking this forward. I know, just please pardon us. I know on the agenda we have a tea break, but please just bear with us. We want to take one presentation and then we'll go ahead to the tea break. So for the next session, we'll be calling on our lead consultant for the German-Nigerian Flare4Value Initiative. Sorry, I'm from the gas aggregator company, so I'm used to that. But yes, Flare4Value, he'll be setting the tone, telling us more about the study reports, the research we've done, the analysis he has done, and with the support of the study partners, as mentioned earlier. So please, I'll make a warm welcome for Dr. Chinan, please. Take well.
Good morning, and it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Chinan Martin Dequal. Honestly, I feel very humbled to be here because all the time GIZ involved me in lots of projects, so it's great to be doing this because, like he was saying, of GACN, it's a very pivotal time for gas in Nigeria. All of us know that, when you think about, so if you cast your mind back over 15 years, 20 years, when we talk about energy in Nigeria, it was all about oil. Okay? Right now, as we look forward, the whole story has changed. We have concrete frameworks, decade of gas basin. So it's not simply oil again. So today, I'll be talking to you about Flare4Value. This is a study that we took quite a while to do. And when I say we, it's quite a big room. There are many of us who did this, NUPRC, part of it, NMDPRA, which huge inputs, NOSRA, Petroleum Resources, Gas, NMDPRA, and GACN. All of us collaborated to put this together. Okay, so I'll be sharing that with you. I really need your attention because there are a couple of things I want to say. This is not a presentation, by the way. It's not a presentation. This is, I'm talking to you through the outputs of the white paper. Okay? We've done a study. We took months to do the study. We've just finished. I want to talk to you about the key aspects of it. So what I expect from you is challenge. I need you to interrupt me. Okay? Interrupt me and ask questions. Because it's not meant to be a presentation. This is work that we've done, right? So I need interruption. Okay. So, the white paper is 73 pages long. And I'm going to try to summarize it here. I promise I'll finish in, first I'll set the scene, just high level. What are the objectives of the study? What's the scale of flaring? I'll just set the scene and then introduce it as we go along. So, I said this before, who's participated in this study? These people here, they gave us data, they gave us their attention, they participated, lots of input. So big thanks to all the organizations here. And this is particularly important because you guys know, just had the NGFCP, 46 licenses were awarded, 46, okay? So if you think about that, in the context of NGFCP, in the context of the PIA 21, in the context of climate legislation 21, flare gas legislation 2018, all of those together, GIZ thought that it makes sense to marry all of these things together today into a white paper that can at least give us a direction of where to go. So this is what all this is about today, okay? So I'll be taking you through this. What are the objectives of the study? So the first one was to quantify flaring, look at the high impact areas, so where are the hotspots of flaring, all of that stuff. Looking at decarbonisation pathways, so we know we have a flare problem, but how do you deal with that flare problem? Is it CNG, is it LNG, what is it? Is it captive power? We'll talk about that. And then come up with clear... Oh, you can't see it. Oh. Sorry, the light is... Okay, oh, louder? Okay. I'm not sure about the light, but... Okay. Is it better? Okay. So I'll not patronize you. These are the objectives of the study. I'm sure everybody can read it. We scoped the question. So what was the big question? What was the problem? Came up with some solutions. We have some recommendations, which I'll show you. All right. So, guys, I'm just going to start very quickly. And bear in mind, we had a workshop a couple of months ago, right? So we already spoke about this. Nigeria has a triple problem when it comes to flaring. There's a triple problem, just to frame it out. One of them, of course, is clearly economic. It's useful gas. The gas is useful. Here you're flaring it, big problem. You could use it for power, you could use it for fertilizer, you could use it for petrochemical, but we're flaring it, so that's a big problem. Number two is a social problem. You're flaring it. There are communities around there. Go to Niger Delta, go to Oban, go to Olomoro. There are communities around there. You're flaring this gas. NOx is a problem. SOx is a problem. Nitrogen oxide, sulfur oxide, carbon black is a problem. They're breathing it in. That translates to lots of ailments and all of that stuff. There's also radiation. If you have a crop, if you're farming around there, huge radiation on the flare stack. Radiation goes to your crops, affects them, productivity, all of that. Okay? And then, of course, we have a climate problem, which we're trying to solve. So there are three issues here when you think about Nigeria's climate problem, or flaring problem. Now, what's the scale of it? And we've spoken about this a lot. Nigeria flares about 5.3 BCM, billion cubic meters of gas. That, in economic terms, and guys, I'm going to run through this quickly, it's about $1.5 billion. It's a lot of money. is a lot of money. Nigeria flares, just FYI, the money we lose from flaring is greater than our budget for agriculture, is greater than our budget for power combined. Okay? Simply gas flaring is greater than the budget for these two ministries combined. So just to put it into context. What we flare can produce about 5,000 megawatts of power. Actually, it's not 5, it's 3. There's a typo here. 3,000 megawatts of power, which is 25% of our generation capacity. Nigeria generates 12,000 megawatts. When you look at distribution, we're talking 5, 6 megawatts. Okay, so it's a huge problem. It's endemic. If you look at our climate problem, we need to solve it. If you look at climate, the essay is here. A huge component of our climate commitments is gas flaring. About 25% to 30% is just flaring. All right. So, guys, that's just setting the scene. And please interrupt me if I'm going too fast or anything is unclear. Okay? So, that's just the gas flaring problem. Now, let's look at some of the technical findings, what we found. And guys, I'll talk about the structural drivers of flaring. I'll look at emissions. I'll do this very quickly, I promise. I'll look at the infrastructure. I'll look at monitoring, reporting, verification, technology, I'll look at financing as well. So if I just start quickly, many people do not recognize this. Nigeria's flaring prioritized oil over everything. It is true. If you go back to sort of the early 2005, even before that, most of what we'll produce would be oil, and then the gas, there was no strategy for the gas. Even when you go to a legacy DPR at the time, you go to a legacy DPR, the whole economic case of any project was simply based on monetizing oil. The gas was simply something that was treated as waste and was just flared away. So because of that, unfortunately, what has happened over the last few years is most of the shallow water assets, most of the onshore assets, the legacy onshore assets, most of those never had a gas treatment strategy. Today, if you go offshore, into the PSCs, lots of the PSCs that we have, the big fields, all of those is mandated. If you go to, again, I say DPR, but NMDPRA right now, today, if you have a field development plan, you have to have a gas monetization strategy, whether it's injection or it's utilization. But in the past, we never had that. And because we never had that, most of Nigeria's flaring is onshore and shallow water. And that's a big problem. Onshore is where all the communities are. You have a lot of unrest. If somebody's son, dies from that, you have a lot of community problems, which sometimes, comes from these issues. So that distinction is very important. Offshore, no, okay. So, making the point, this is associated gas, mostly associated gas. So when I say associated gas, what I mean is, the primary thing you're producing is oil. You have gas. But when you produce oil, obviously you have gas. So the gas, you just flare it away. All right. Guys, please interrupt me. This is not a presentation. It's telling the thing of the study. So if there are any questions, I'd love to take it. So when we look at the emissions and health impacts of it, the big thing, of course, like I talk about there, is flaring. But many people mention methane and methane slips. That happens a lot. Many times when you're operating a facility, methane, just seeps out. So you have lots of, programs like LIDAR that people come up with to try to solve that. Methane has a huge problem. Many of you recognize it. So if you think about methane, CH4, when you release it in here, so if you release methane in here, unfortunately what it does is it has a huge warming potential. Over a 100-year period, warming potential about 28. So 28 times more than CO2. So if for the sake of argument, fill this room up with CO2 right now, and you come back with a thermometer to measure here, temperature might be X. If I fill this room with methane, and you come and measure, it will be 28X. Okay? So just for context. So it has a huge warming potential, which is a big problem. So when we deal with flaring, we also have to deal with methane on the other side. Okay. I've spoken about this, the economic case of it, and I'm not going to labor it. Like I said, it's a big thing. You're flaring so much. You can use that to generate power, and Nigeria desperately needs power. We're flaring so much. We need petrochemicals, but we're flaring it all the way. And in fact, I think the other thing that's a travesty for Nigeria, travesty, but a bit of a blessing. These countries today, their gas is dry gas. What that means ultimately is if you take the gas itself, okay, most of the components of the gas is just methane itself. It's, you know, hydrocarbons, ethane, propane, butane, so much higher hydrocarbon. If you take that and send it to market, that's LPG. That's what you use for cooking gas and all of that. So the point there is these commodities can be taken to market, they can be monetized and sold, earning foreign exchange. So you can monetize that and still also have your methane on the side. So super important. Nigeria is losing on many fronts, but I think just looking economics is one way alone. There is, you know, it's way beyond that. You know, when you think about the health impacts, the fact that people fall sick from this, and you know the impact on productivity on our nation, Nigeria, you know, it becomes much bigger. Okay, infrastructure. You know, when you like I said there, when you go onshore today, there are many fields that are flaring today. You might say, well, hang on, if they're flaring, why don't we just take them and put them into the pipeline next door? Unfortunately, it doesn't work like that because there are technical challenges associated with it. I mean, GACN, I know very familiar with this. Also, you know, volume challenges associated with it. So if you think about this, the flare, the gas that comes out of a flow station, many times in the Niger Delta, most of that gas is already at very low pressure. It goes through a whole train, the flow stations, you know, first stage separator, second stage separator. By the time it comes out, you're probably talking 3 bar, 4 bar, maybe even 1 bar in some cases. For you to take that gas and integrate it, and that then becomes a limitation. So infrastructure is a big problem because most of the gas we're talking about for flaring is very low pressure gas. You cannot just take that gas and just put it straight into a pipeline. You have to compress that gas and take it to the pressure that's required to make it happen. Is there processing capacity? Of course, we have a lot of processing capacity for gas, mainly for non-associated gas. So a lot of that gas, as you can imagine, is so gas from, let's say, Bozi or gas from Akbo, some of the big, upstream fields. All of those are processed, say, in Escravos, for instance, and then that is then taken and sent to market or sent to Nigeria LNG, okay, because we have capacity there. The problem we have is when you think about domestic production, domestic utilization, we do not have a lot of gas processing plants for domestic. We do have for export, but not so much for domestic. Another thing that's a big area here, and I just want to highlight this, is if we're thinking about flare gas for power, it looks very attractive. There's no question about that. Unfortunately, you then get into the question of how bankable, you know, are our gencos. So you think about, if I'm selling flare gas to a genco, do they have the liquidity to pay for that? We know they have lots of payment problems and liquidity problems because the guy you're selling the power to many times doesn't even pay for it. And if he doesn't pay, that means discos are not paid. If discos are not paid, it means gencos are not paid. If gencos are not paid, that means the person supplying the gas also is not paid. So it's a whole chain reaction. So the point here is there are market bottlenecks. The market itself is broken in the first instance. We don't have a lot of capacity, enough production capacity, processing capacity. And then also, like I said, we have gathering problems, technical problems with gathering low pressure gas. Okay. Talking about MRV, monitoring, reporting, and verification. This is a really, really important area. It's a very important area. It's a low-hanging fruit for Nigeria. And the reason why I say that is we are flaring a lot of gas. Do we even know how much gas we are flaring? That's question one. And the reason why I ask that is because the gas market today is a lot more attractive than we consider. You can earn carbon credits from the gas that you're flaring. Now, if you're going to earn carbon credits, something that is arbitrary, it's not arbitrary. You have to show verifiable. You have to show it and show it very clearly that, listen, I've measured this flare gas, it's continuous monitoring, it's very clearly logged on the blockchain. It needs to be really clear before you can end up monetizing it. And it's a big problem for us. If you look at PIA 2021, it's made very clear that every flare stack in Nigeria has to have a continuous emission monitoring system. So you have to have a monitoring system. Unfortunately, I can tell you from our last count, our last analysis, the penetration of that is less than 15%. Most of the flare stacks are operating without any SEMs on them. So that's a big area. It's a, it's a low-hanging fruit. I think that we can take advantage of very fast. Of course, the thinking there is, if you measure it, so if you measure how much gas you're flaring, then that is great because one, you know the volumes, and if we can integrate that measurement with NUPRC's dashboard, which I think they've been building, I think so, you can integrate that with NUPRC's dashboard, then you can almost automate. So guys, you know that the PIA says, I think it's, depending on the field that you have, depending on the size of your field, if you produce 10,000 barrels per day, I think the benchmark is $2 per 1,000 scuffs, of gas, something like that. So if that's the penalty, so basically the PIA is saying, if you flare gas, then you pay money, right? And if you're a big producer, then you pay $2, I think so, per 1,000 scuff. That whole process can be automated. So there's no debate. There's no, oh, you know what, I flare, I didn't know. You can automate the whole of that process. We measure it, it gets sent to NUPRC's dashboard, no human intervention. From there, it generates an invoice, gets paid. This happens everywhere. I live in Doha right now, and that's what everybody is doing. So I think we can domesticate and make that happen. Okay. Regulatory gaps. So I've deliberately written this in this way. Honestly, when we undertook this study, many of the guys, Nigeria does not lack regulation. Regulation is not a problem. We do not lack regulation in the area of gas flaring. Like I said there, the regulation for 2018, flare gas regulation 2018. We have the climate change one. We have the PIA now, very robust. We have the ETP, Energy Transition Plan. We have the Decade of Gas. We have the NGFCP right now. So regulation is not the problem. I can tell you this for a fact. We have enough of them, and they're clear. The penalties are clear and everything. Where we struggle, in my opinion, one is the area of implementing and making these things happen. But I also think here that even though the PIA makes it very clear, it delineates NMDPRA, it delineates NUPRC, and everyone with their roles and responsibility. What we think here is there's no clear, and maybe I'm wrong here, but somebody can correct me. There's no clear task force, a task force that cuts across all of these agencies who are all dealing with gas flaring in such a way that if something happens, the task force can advise or take action. It doesn't seem like there is. So it's something I think that we need to think about. Does it need a task force? I mean, flaring is a big thing right now. It is a big thing all around the world and globally. So I do think we need to think about that, perhaps some sort of a task force. So financing and bankability, there are huge gaps around that. Big gaps in that area. And I think I started talking about that. Our GENCOs, many of them, with all due respect, insolvent. Many of them insolvent. Many of them are constrained by liquidity issues. So therefore, if you take it and you're trying to send flare gas to power, it's a big problem because the buyer cannot afford it, basically, in a way. So we might have to think about, are there multilateral ways and clever ways of financing in which you can increase the credit performance of these agencies? Could we come up with, partial risk guarantees as an example? Can we come up with other underwriting sort of financing systems that allow them to be able to take that gas? Could we come up with a way that we index some of the payment to dollars? Because the big problem, guys, you think about this. I know there are a couple of flare gas operators in the room. So if you think about it, if you're going to install a flare gas recovery unit on one of those flare stacks, most of your costs are in dollars. Probably 90% of your costs, your capital cost, that is going to be in USD. Okay? From the pipelines, most of them are not fabricated here, to, I can tell you without a doubt, the manifolds, the trunk lines that you need, if it's a CNG kit, to most of those costs are denominated in dollars. So one, you need foreign exchange to make that. The problem then is, if you're selling into Nigerian markets, you're then earning in Naira. So your costs are in dollars, but your revenue is in Naira. And that's a big problem. when you look at it from the point of view of foreign exchange and FX movements that we've seen in the past. So there are, to make this happen, to make flare gas a success, it requires different kind of thinking. I don't see how many people will take on that risk alone. They need some sort of a DFI or some sort of a blended finance type arrangement. Okay. Oh yeah, Tyler, please go for it. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Right.
So is that still not dollars?
Yes. So it's sort of indexed, you're right, it's indexed to dollars, so part of it. But it's highly subsidized. When you look at regulated market, there is a bit of subsidy there. And the payment challenges that we'll see, but you're 100% right. If you look at, so there are 3 tiers, right? One is around power,
Yes.
which is the lowest one, and then you have the one to industries, which is a lot higher. But you're right, some of them are indexed to dollars, but there's still risk.
All of them are indexed to dollars.
All of them are, but
Yes.
there's still risk in the system.
But then we
Payment
also
side.
have to think about the affordability to the market.
Yes.
Because you're selling
Absolutely.
who will then use that gas to do different things.
Correct.
And then it will impact you and I also.
Yes.
So I think it's not one size fits all.
Yes.
Like,
Correct.
so if we're thinking of the upstream price, it's going to have a watered effect also into the market. And that would also probably cause more inflation. So if you increase the price to power, for instance,
Yes.
on the upstream, it's going to affect what we pay.
Yes. 100%.
Yes.
I agree.
So people are currently with the current price mechanism and methodologies. So increasing that, we also have to think about the water effect of it.
You're 100% right. Power is so fundamental to everything that we do. You're right. Power is, all of us came into this room on basically power, energy, and the regulations, exactly. So all of us, probably use petrol, diesel to get here. So that regulation is important, and you're 100% right. If you increase that, then ultimately it means that inflation goes up. But I hear that point, you're 100% right. But the question here is, if we simply look at it from that standpoint, how about investment? Because in a market that's not fully regulated, in a market that's fully regulated and not liberalized, it becomes very difficult for somebody to put his hands in his pocket and make an investment, because everything is highly subsidized, and you can see what's happened with I mean, you know that so well, but so we find a sweet spot.
I think there's also a part to just plain old entrepreneurship here, because when you look at the world generally, most of the opportunities in terms of investment and in terms of high return comes from developing countries and countries in transition. One of the challenges of developing countries are the same things that you mentioned, regulation of some kind or some difficult kind, and that. So there's also a part for risk return, because even despite the limitations in the environment, there are those who have breathed it and have invested in this industry and in some other industries, and it has given the return. So despite the limitations of some kind of uncertainties, I won't call it subsidy, I would call it uncertainties, because sometimes it's not so much the fact that it's regulated, it's just that sometimes there can be market devaluation, the naira can fall, so that the capacity of the market to pay can now be reduced. But in the end, it has to be somebody who has the entrepreneurial energy, who can play the long-term game.
100%, buddy. So I think that's really powerful. I think the only uniqueness with this is, the only thing that's a bit unique with this is, think about it. So if you take any of the onshore fields today, they're already producing oil. From what the NGFCP has done, they've auctioned all of those sites, the flare gas sites, for third parties to come. So you are going to come in there trying to produce gas from someone else's production. So there's already a risk there, there's a production risk. If this upstream player, if anything happens to his production, you're out of business. So it's almost a risk on a risk. And that sort of multiplication of risk, I think, is where you see the World Bank coming in a big way. Is where you see IFC coming in a big way. Is where you would see further on, we're suggesting that, you know, the central bank, CBN, Bank of Industry, can come and underwrite. Because already you are sat down on a reservoir risk. Someone's already producing crude oil from there. If anything happens to the productivity of his own wells, you're out of business immediately. So I think there is a multiplication risk problem on that front. I totally agree, innovation and all of that can come in, but I think some of that innovation has to be financial. It has to be some sort of financial innovation. Okay. Any thoughts, questions, comments? Yes, please.
Thank you. I think I want to large on your the last point you made about sitting on multiple risks. So I agree with you, but if you look at a well that's being developed, you have a field development plan. Obviously, you also understand your the way these reserves are going to be depleted. Basically, your depletion plan, and you'll be able to predict, in some sort of certainty, the number of years or so that this field is going to produce, and how this production is going to deplete over time, depending on your depletion strategy also. So anybody that's coming in will actually be able to key in, to that notion that you have from your field development plan. So the risk can be mitigated, sort of, in this aspect. That's
Completely agree. I completely agree with you. I think yes, without a doubt. If you're producing, you're 100% right. You have a depletion curve, and you can forecast. But many times, even in the Niger Delta, how many times do we see a well start to give 50% of what it was forecast? We've seen that many times over the Delta. But number two, actually, I'll say this. Think about this. Even if you, from a production strategy, you are the flare gas person, you're doing everything right. What if the upstream player is not looking after the community, and you have an interruption of their own business? You would be impacted immediately. So the point I make there is, it's not simply technical issue. It's not simply technical. There are several other things in there. There is force majeure that could arise from contractual issues. There are interruptions that can come out from societal unrest. All of these things are multiplication of risk that you sit on. And if you don't have a clever financial strategy, especially de-risking from multilateral banks, it becomes very difficult. I mean, if you think about it, right, this auctioning of flare sites, this is not the first time it's done. I mean, it's been done everywhere. Brazil has done that, Malaysia have done that, and if you look at the models that they implemented, exactly the same. The World Bank had to come in to de-risk that for you to have those investments coming in.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for the presentation, and I've been taking a couple of notes. I would just want to take you from where you start. From the beginning, you talk about gas modernization strategy. I want to, in your research, what has been the implementation process so far? How has it gone? Because I'm privy to be in a meeting in CDMB in 2013, and then when we sat there, the IOCs were invited, Shell, Chevron, and all they told us that they would rather flare their gas. Until today, I think that has been the system. They are the ones that own most of the offshore wells. They are the ones that own rich onshore wells. And also, I'm linking that to the second question. In 2022, 2023, or 2021, there was a bid, gas flare bid, which I think people have been talking about here. In your research, how has been the status of that bid? Because I think your research is actually also addressing that. Because if you need to solve that, who are those people that has those bids? Who won those bids? I participated in that bid, I didn't win anyway. Who participated in that bids? Because those were, they're supposed to have infrastructure that you're talking about. Mostly, the discussion around the flare gas issue then was not to re-inject this flare gas back to the lines. They were to be able to bring infrastructures, facilities that would rather convert them to be able to regasify them, bringing in some NAC plants. Do you understand? Note the ones I've said. I think addressing financing Nigeria has always been, for me, it has always been on the wrong path. I've not seen where you want to finance an oil and gas project or bring an FDI, you are looking at a 5 years moratorium. When you look at all the lines, community, Nigerian issues, banking issues, and all those things. So I think financing does not really need to be about, I always feel personally, if you want to finance any project in Nigeria, it has a minimum of 20 years. If it's not 20 years, you can't get it right. So I want you to look at that. Those 3 questions, the gas management strategy, how has been the implementation in your own, yeah, you understand? Have you actually also engaged with the IOCs to know that that stand they gave to us in 2013? You guys spoke with all, and the whole panel of them the way, and they said, Ben, they even told us that we would rather flare our gas than reject the gas.
Thank you. Can I take the questions first? Okay. Oh, similar. Okay.
My name is Benedict Olabi. I'm CEO of People's Group.
I'm Chief. Okay. I'm Chief Investment Officer at Zing Limited. Quick question for you related to this question. One, is this research that you're referring to, is it publicly available? Can we have access to it? And 2, what does the research show about the relationship of the operators to the awardees of the GCF program? Because from my own experience being an awardee, and our experience has not been a positive one, the operator has been very cooperative in allowing us access onto the sites. It's taking almost 4 years to actually finally have access to the site. So I want to understand what your research is showing about operators and awardees, how they interacted.
Great questions. Okay, if I, Cubics, if you don't mind, I'll take yours first. So I think your first question was around gas monetization, and how that's gone, in my opinion, right? Honestly, there's NPRC in the room and other people, NPRA, who can, they'll add to it, but I'll say this. From what I've seen, I can give you, I mean, if the HI field just hit FID, HI field by Shell just hit FID $1 billion. We've had basically, I think in the last 3 years, 2 non-associated gas fields that have been brought online. Very unique. We haven't seen this in a long time. I think the last ones we've seen, are things like Agbo, and not even a gas field, it's more condensate. They were actually producing Agbo for the condensate, but there's so much gas, so we're sending the gas away into the gas processing plants. Okay? There's Bozy. All of those are old ones. Today, we're seeing FIDs taken for gas. We're seeing gas FIDs. We haven't seen gas FIDs in as long as I can remember. Okay? So that's number one. Now, if I have to answer it from an associated gas standpoint, we've also seen a lot of monetization of associated gas. A lot of the gas in the delta from some of the associated field are what's feeding Nigerian LNG. A lot of it, Train 7, a lot of that's coming from associated gas. So, is it perfect? It is not. You know, when you look at the grid, when you look at the whole net, so obviously it's Escravos, right? The whole gas collection, upstream flow lines going into Escravos and then straight to LNG. I think so. I think that's the one. Salus is here. And then from LNG, from Escravos, there's the Escravos Lagos pipeline system. 2 of them. Okay? That's also so even now, so I'm talking domestically now as we're speaking, AKK was 95% complete. Abuja, Kano, Kaduna pipe, yes, it's 95% complete from what NNPC have said, without a doubt. AKK is 95% complete. OB3, okay, maybe not, but this is what NNPC has said. Is it? It is 95% complete. AKK went over the biggest part of it was the biggest snag was crossing the River Niger, and they've done that. They've done the crossing. OB3 the same. 36-inch pipeline, 128 from the eastern part of the delta straight into Auburn. 128, 36-inch. So when you look at it from a pure play domestic grid standpoint, Nigeria is expanding. It's not perfect, and to your point, I don't think we're anywhere close to it. You know, but let me just make the distinction. All these things I'm talking about, the large volumes, the ones we're discussing here, these are small, dispersed. The ones we're talking about here, when we say flaring, these are small, dispersed ones. I mean, you guys deal with a lot of that. We're talking 2 million scarves to maybe 15 million scarves, maybe lower than that. So these are smaller flares. These are far in very remote areas. It's very difficult to aggregate. You can't bring them together. And those are, yes, a big problem. But generally, from a large gas monetization standpoint, I think we're starting to see something come out of it. Sorry, do you want to ask something, sir? NMDPRA, you want to?
Thank you once again. And I think you hit the nail on the head when it comes to the large volume monetization. And I would like to also bring us to the provisions of the PIA. And the PIA has done something very wonderful, you know, for the gas in Nigeria. And coming from, if you follow the value chain, you know, from the upstream production. So even the licensing regime, you know, allows multiple players to play. You know, you can be the asset owner. You have the aggregator here. You can own the pipe. You can sell. So until you get to the last mile, you know. So and where even the gas goes to the GBIs, you know, the power system. And then the distribution line now, we also were issuing the gas distribution licenses so that, you know, from the city gate, you'll be able to take this gas, you know, to the last mile. But the key thing actually is infrastructure. You know, so there's a huge gap, and we need a lot of investment when it comes to developing the infrastructure to bring this gas, you know, down to, you know, where you use it, whether for auto gas or for clean cooking fuel for our, you know, teeming population. And also safety, okay? So because I'm a safety man, I need to talk about safety. That awareness for people to be able to use it critically. So these are the gaps. So and we have, you know, institutional backing, you know, from the government. You mentioned the executive orders that have been issued, you know, the incentive in my goodwill message, the midstream and downstream gas infrastructure fund, you know, which actually corrects and help to finance, you know, midstream and downstream, you know, projects that are gas driven that actually, you know, increase local utilization of this gas. So things are beginning to happen, you know, and it's a long way to go, but I think in a sort of energy, Nigeria has adopted gas as our transition fuel. So this has been pushed from different angles, and I think we'll go. And that will also lash into the smaller volumes that we're talking about today.
Okay. All right, I think we'll fire on. But to your point, will the research be really broad in our headspace and think differently about that? Personally, if you ask me, I think it should be a cocktail of many things and not just one solution. CNG, yes, easy. You compress it 250 bar, you can send it around. Okay, you're a safety man. You know what that means. But ultimately, I think there could be a lot more that we can get out of that. So even things like mini LNG, big thing. And today we have really small solutions. You can have mini LNG solution for, you know, even something like 3 or 4 million scars per day. And when you have a mini LNG solution, that means you can strip out all those high hydrocarbons, sell that separately, and then monetize your methane. So I think that's the key thing, perhaps to think about it a bit differently, but certainly gas to power is a big one, I think, that we need to think about. So think about all the flow stations in the Niger Delta today. Many of them run gas. They run on diesel. So many ones, you have to truck diesel to run the flow station because it's a diesel engine. You have a flare stack burning. With clever thinking, you can take that flare gas, methanol, fertilizer. I mean, there's several solutions that we looked at in the white paper. This is not overly scientific, but I just want to look at. One is a pure play flaring scenario. You're an upstream operator flaring the gas. So let's take OML 30. Olomoro, Ebrany, all of that, Shoreline, yeah? And Shoreline is actually, anyway, I think they also participated in the FGCP and NGFCP. But the point, if you take that field, instead of running your whole flow station based on diesel, you capture the flare gas, and then, you know, run a small turbine, or the engine, if you like, you know, reciprocating engine, as you will. You're paying a penalty. Potentially in the future, with CBAM, that could also be a thing. Well, hang on. why don't you take that gas and then integrate to produce power? Based on our calculation, you could have an, your IRR, internal rate of return, approximately 12% to 18%. I know it's a big range, but something like that. 18%, that's really good, really good. Many projects, the IRR is 11%, they're happy to go. So 12 to 18% is very, very decent internal rate of return, very, very attractive. Okay, and then there you can substitute diesel. You literally substitute that. Then the last case, and I think this is where it becomes really cool. If you're able, and especially the associated gas in Nigeria, if you're able to recover those heavy hydrocarbons, pentane, butane, and all of that, like I speak about, and you turn that into LPG, you can sell that onto international markets, and then you earn, valued foreign exchange, and that increases. It really enhances your project economics. So from a flare standpoint, it's something to think about. But this is very indicative, it's not entirely scientific. Okay, carbon market integration, and guys, all of this is standard, we know this so well. The point I'm trying to make here is, and I'm not sure that NCCC are in the room, but the carbon market, or whatever, registry in Nigeria, I know it's being developed, or at least discussions are happening. So the first rule is that we have to be able to measure how much we're flaring and then convert those into carbon credits. If anybody knows, I think last week or the week before, the price of carbon in Europe was $80 per ton. $80 per ton. So think about that. It's not cheap. It's a lot of money. And in fact, if you look at the future price of carbon, it's forecast. So I think this is a big thing here, the whole carbon registry. This is, I think, the SA spoke about this already. This is just high level. We're trying to tag this to Nigeria's plan going forward, decarbonization plan. We're thinking flare reduction, because we have that mandate to reduce flaring massively by 2030. And then other things can come like CCS, carbon taxation of there in the future, and then other ideas. So, action points and recommendations. I'm almost coming to the end of this now. And then I'll pass it to my colleague Ofunama, who will talk about, I think, 2-3 slides. So, we got, just to summarize again, we got data from various companies, GACN, NMDPRA, NUPRC, and all of that, and Nostra. We integrated that data into the study. We did a lot of this, and then we came up with the findings. So this is what I want to show you, some of the recommendations that we're putting forward. And we're putting this in the context, like I say, this is a snapshot, probably the most current snapshot in the Nigerian industry right now, taking into account everything. NGFCP and all the regulations, the non-associated gas for now. So the way we've done it into 3. So we've done a short term, we've done a medium term, or we've done a long term. Now, for the short term, we have focused it very much on things that are not heavy, low-hanging, things that you don't need to spend a lot of money to do. What are the things what are the few things that you can move? What levers can you move right now that has a big impact, but doesn't need you to spend a lot of money, or doesn't require a lot of stakeholder engagement? So, 1, enforcement. Enforcement and monitoring, reporting and verification. Enforcement and monitoring, reporting and verification. Super important. We have every framework that's required to make that happen. The PIA is the label as installing a SEM, continuous emission monitoring system, on there. Once you install that SEM, it would measure the flare and just transmit the data via radio frequency straight into NUPRC. Okay? So that, I think, if you ask me, is one of the biggest one and the easy ones to do. Now, if you ask me, to make that happen, where I don't know, some of you guys know this better, but from our analysis, we think it's about 15% of flares in Nigeria that have some sort of a SEMS. We do think just 40% in a very short space of time, with a bit of a pressure and enforcement. Market contracts, that's something that's not available. And I'm just talking here market contracts alone. So this is an area, I think, where GACN perhaps and, you know, NMDPRA would lead, I can imagine. But things like, so for, bear in mind, for non-associated gas, we have very clear GSAs, gas sales agreements, very clear. The terms are there, at least the basic terms are there. You can argue and say, I mean, you guys know this so well. Maybe most of the things you can agree with are there, you know, the fine-tuning, you know, maybe not so much. For flare gas, there's nothing. It doesn't exist right now. Okay, so that needs to be developed. Some sort of a template, a very high-level template, you know, which government can take away for flare gas. Okay. Then the other thing we think, finance. You know, he mentioned finance. We think to make this happen, and guys, again, going back to the same thing, there are too many risks propagated in this area. Okay, to make this happen, it almost needs local thinking. CBN, Bank of Industry, and some DFIs. Thankfully, we have the Energy Bank, African Energy Bank is starting. I think I saw something starting next month or something like that. So there are opportunities there to bring some of these, DFIs into, into the fray to de-risk or give some sort of a partial guarantee. Technology, of course, is a big thing. So these are the short-term ones. Most of these are things that you can move on. Big bang, big bang infrastructure is a big thing that has to be done. So this is where we start thinking happen, and that needs a lot of money. It needs a lot of partnerships with OEMs. It needs us to qualify the technology and understand it, and all of that. Okay, and then policy and carbon pricing. I think particularly carbon pricing is a big thing with NCCC and the federal ministry and the inland revenue, I think. And then in the long term, these are long term, I think 7 years, probably more. Getting to a point where we reduce flaring very significantly. The second one there I particularly like, and I don't know if NMDPR are thinking about this so much already, but future fuels. So one of the things we're seeing around the world is, so I'll give an example, like it's a bit more money, it's a bit more expensive because you have to use materials, to make it happen. So it's not just carbon steel, it's not just usual carbon steel, it has to be specialty material. But the point there is a bit expensive right now, but then in the future you make it. So this is my last one, and I think my NGFCP, particularly around NGFCP. What we're thinking about here are, when we look at the 46 that have been awarded, and guys, I don't have as deep an information like you have too, but what those guys are, so guys, the upstream players, he's producing his oil, he takes it to market, he's probably inside battery limits. ISBL, you're coming into his own battery limit, ISBL, and you're saying, mate, I want to integrate into that facility that you have. If your facility goes down, how does it affect my upstream operation? These things are legitimate concerns that people would have. And if I was to advise, I would say, perhaps a way to think about this solution is to think, what can you offer this fellow? What can you offer this fellow outside of any royalties or whatever that you pay to him for taking that gas? What is it that you can offer him? Captive power, as an example. If he's operating a diesel facility and his operating cost is X, can you demonstrate to him that, I can reduce that operating cost by 50%? Put a small diesel generator here, you process the gas, and, you get power. But I think we need to also think around, how you can synergize with the upstream operator, as opposed to simply coming onto the side and saying, I'm the downstream player from your facility. Okay, modular LNG. So one is captive power. So what I'm talking about, modular LNG and CNG hubs. I think that's powerful. Getting those done. We already have today Pi CNG as a big off-taker. So Pi CNG are desperate for CNG. So you already have, and then of course LPG. If you can strip out the hydrocarbons, we can sell those.
For a bit, taking one question now, and then you can meet him outside for. Let's have the question.
This morning, my name is Temi Kati, Capture Sites. Yes, so one of carbon credits. Yep, and we are looking at to look such developments of those sites? Thanks. Such developments of those sites. Thanks.
Thank you so much for
Won't take just stretch your legs for won't take just stretch your legs for health.
Thank you.
Welcome back. Yes, we are back, but we are still missing some of our panelists. I guess, where are our panelists? Please mobilize them to get in here. Even our moderator is there, Justin. Um, Welcome back from the tea break. I guess we can still be having our tea. If we can all settle down, please, so that we can get the... Do you want to put the background? We can all settle down, please, so that we can get the next session going while we quietly have a tea and drinks. So thank you. The next session, we are having a panel session on
So we'll be having a panel session, the next session here, on bridging decarbonization, methane abatement and MRV systems for Nigeria's energy future. On that panel, we have our distinguished speakers here and panelists. So I would like to call on them, no particular order. I would like to call on the SSA to the President on Climate, Technology and Operations, Mr. Olamide Fabuji. He works in the Office of the President and he has most recently served as the Special Assistant to the President on Economic Matters in previous administrations. We're glad to have you. Maybe can they space this a bit? Call someone to space this a bit. So the next speaker we have on this panel session is Dr. Mustafa Lamurde, who is the Executive Director, Health Safety, Environment and Community at the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority. We're glad to have you. Be careful with the stairs. Yes, thank you very much. So, no, it's actually for his own safety. We don't want any injury. So I will urge, absolutely, I'll urge everyone going on the stage to be mindful of the steps, please, because I think they're a bit finicky. So next on the panel, I would like to call on Engineer Philemon Yilang to join on this panel on bridging decarbonization, methane abatement. Philemon Yilang, please. Engineer Philemon Yilang is a professional with over 20 years of experience and works with the NMPC. He combines deep refinery operations expertise with strategic acumen. With pleasure to have you here. Welcome. Next on the panel, we have the NGA, Nigeria Gas Association Energy Transition Group Chair, Mr. Olabode Sowunmi, to join us on the panel, please. Mr. Olabode. Okay. Okay, so I would like to call on, while we wait on Mr. Olabode, I would like to call on the moderator for this panel, Mariam Saleh, New Energies with the GACN, to join us. Mariam Saleh, Sustainable Energy for New Energies at the Gas Aggregator Company, and she leads GSC and works on methane abatement, Flare4Value Initiative, and new energy collaborations. So we are pleased to have you all on this panel. While we wait on Mr. Olabode Sowunmi, I think he said he's still somewhere having tea, but I'm sure he will join us. He will join us briefly. So you can go on and start, Mariam. We can have this. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished panelists and ladies and gentlemen. I will stand on the existing protocol, as always. Thank you for joining us in this very important conversation on bridging decarbonization. We have a rich panel for you today, spanning from policy, regulation, national operations from NMPC, and industry readiness. Mr. Bode, somewhere outside. We won't waste much time because we've entered a little bit into our panel time, so I'll probably switch up the plan a little bit to fit in. So there's been a lot of strides this year and progress in terms of methane abatement and MRV systems, and just the entire broad concept of decarbonization, especially hard to abate sectors, which is what we've talked about all day today. So looking ahead to 2026, the question is, how do we turn this momentum into measurable impact? And on that note, I'll just hand over to our panelists to give a brief introduction and a brief background into our topic, and then I'll go around with some questions. So my role today basically is to guide us through a conversation that brings all these layers into actions after the panel. I'll just start with the SSA to the President.
Okay, thank you very much, Mariam, and again, thanks for being here, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I think for my opening statement, I will just say that decarbonization for Nigeria is key to the future of how we intend to engage with the world, especially with the critical nature of what the fossil fuel industry means for Nigeria. So it's been something that we're taking very, very seriously. Also from the technology side of things and financing, we also have, I think, a very strong imperative to make sure that we have all the T's crossed and all the I's dotted. One of the things that we're actually emphasizing is the ability to mobilize resources domestically and also domesticate value chains. And what do I mean by that? Is to see how, if we are able to crack gas flare commercialization, how are we able to also de-risk domestically, mobilize finance for that, and also achieve a certain level of technology transfer. And this, to a certain end, will really play a role in aligning with some of our objectives, especially around the NDCs, our energy transition plan, and our economic growth objectives. So this is, from the presidency side of things, this is where we're looking at it, because at the end of the day, the energy transition has to be just. And I think in the foreseeable horizon as well, you have international mechanisms and policies that will have several implications for Nigeria's future in the energy market. So it's about diversification of our energy systems and also making them bankable and sustainable. So thank you.
That sounds very promising. Thank you so much, Mr. Olamide. I'll move on to Dr. Mustafa from NMDPRA to give his opening remarks and just touch on our topic today.
Thank you, Mariam. Good afternoon once again. It's a pleasure to be part of this very, very important conversation, talking about, how to bridge decarbonization by, leveraging on, methane abatement. I think the question is how, but it actually points us to the right thing. Looking at for us, decarbonization is not just an environmental issue, it's also an economic issue. And if you look at the potency of methane, especially when it comes to global warming over a short period, it's being classified as a short-lived climate pollutant. And I think nationally we have a strategy to deal with that. So for us to keep to our commitment of getting to net zero by 2060, and also to eliminate flare completely by 2030, this is just part of our revised NDC that has just been submitted, to the UNFCCC. We need to look at, what's the shortest way to get to that, and basically, getting to the root of the matter will entail, strategies, to be able to abate, methane and also reduce our pollution. So in the NMDPRA, we've just signed off on the guidelines for the midstream and the downstream GHG and fugitive emission. And when we talk about fugitive emission, it includes methane, CO2 and nitrous oxide. And basically, to get to that is you need to have a very robust, GHG management plan. And in your GHG management plan, the baseline is very important. So MRVs comes to play. I'll actually say double MRV, measurement, monitoring, and reporting, and verification. So it's very important. So the inventory, of your facility, whether you are a refiner, whether you're a gas processing plant, even if you're playing in the upstream, so you need to have an inventory of your refinery, of your facility and heavy emitters, and that will form the baseline, of what you have. And then your operation, what are the strategies you have? What are the technologies you are going to, adopt? We've been talking about ELDA. I think we'll discuss that in details. So these are the key things, just to talk, just on the topic that you need to design. But basically, the GHG guidelines encompasses all the strategies that you need to implement a very robust GHG, and in addition, methane abatement strategies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mustafa, for that. I will move on to Engineer Philemon from NNPC.
Thank you for the opportunity. For me, for us from NNPC, we're the operators. I'd like to start by saying that we're partners in the SSA because we're very important in this conversation. That is so because NNPC contributes about 70% to the budget revenue of Nigeria. And as well as if you look at the GDP, even though we're still doing single digit, as at 2023, our total asset plus our receivables was even more than the nominal GDP of Nigeria. So that means we're very important in this conversation. And for us, by the passage of the PIA that necessitated that we become profitable, ensure energy security, and equally environmental stewardship, the conversation around decarbonization is very key and very important to us. Yes, we are not where we want to be, but we've put up several framework and strategies to ensure that we leave a company that is sustainable. So I'm happy to be here, and the company is equally happy, and I'm sure as the conversation continues, we'll talk more about what we're doing to keep a company that remains a going concern, that is sustainable, and that will equally add value to Nigeria at large. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Sorry, I digress a bit. When he said partner in progress, I thought I had partner in crime. But on a different note, when we ask a question that how do you raise up a child, nobody has the almighty formula, because 5 children from the same parents require different attention, and for many things you discover it along the line. I think that is the situation we're in, because for every project you require a different thinking, a different commercialization proposal, a different value, different security issues, different market. But more importantly is the fact, just like Dr. Chukwu mentioned, is the fact that even investors have their concerns in terms of value for their currency and all that. So at the end of the day, we are faced with a key issue of how do we move from technology to value. And that is the responsibility for all of us. So from us who work as consultants in terms of value proposition, in terms of go-to-market issues, we see every single project as a task for the ingenuity of the Nigerian mind. And in this case, in partnership with the German government to ensure that we hit the progress. And I believe that speaks to where the real thinking is in terms of where the rubber touches the road and adds value to our people.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for that. So on that note, I'll just begin, and I'll come back to Mr. Olamide for the first question. And policy directed at the highest level, of course. So my first question is, what immediate policy directives can Nigeria issue in 2026 to accelerate methane abatement across oil and gas?
Okay, thank you for that question, Mariam. I think one of the things that we could almost immediately do is to basically use Nigeria's 2030 methane pledge as a mandate. And what will happen is it will have the force of law and regulatory oversight to allow for as much as possible leak detection when it comes to methane abatement to be addressed appropriately. The other thing that comes to mind is the ability for regulators to also do their work. I think the amount of expertise that is available at, say, NUPRC, for instance, and all the flare penalties that already exist, there will be some sort of mandate, maybe from the Federal Executive Council, which could come across as regulation, to deepen the ability to actually apply those penalties, especially with leak detection. I'm aware that with new projects, there's already provisions for those projects to already come along with with standard operating practices that handle leak detection and make sure that repair as a part of the project as it is. But periodic checks on that will also be institutionalized in a way where you can have frequent monitoring and also measurement. And the other thing that I might add also is that the MRV system for Nigeria is something that is a question that we need to address, because if you can't measure, then it's very difficult for even investors to be able to operate in the market. So this is something that we need to fast track, and work is ongoing at the NCCC to also ensure that the interoperability across sectors is assured. So for 2026, I think these are some low-hanging fruits that we can easily put in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that response. Again, just to reiterate that to keep our thought process on momentum and how we can move into measurable impact, because that's what we're really looking at. So let me now shift to the authority, which has, like you've mentioned just a few minutes ago, that we've recently issued a new emissions and fugitive gas guidelines. Obviously an important step for a nationwide or system-wide decarbonization. So my question is, following this guidelines that have been just issued, how does the authority intend to ensure full compliance by all relevant licensees and permit holders?
Thank you once again, Mariam. And I think the signing off of the midstream and downstream GHG emission and fugitive guidelines is an example of, just to latch on to what the SSA just said, translating what's in the policy into regulations and granulating it into guidelines. So pursuant to the numerous provisions of the PIA that talks about environment, flare and all that, the authority has gone ahead to gazette a number of regulations that are environmental related. We have the midstream and downstream environmental regulation. We have the decarbonization, decommissioning and abandonment regulation. We also have the environmental remediation fund. We have the gas flare regulation. And just to be able to implement the provision of this regulation, we've gone ahead, to provide more clarity and practical application of this regulation through the issuance of the guidelines that has recently been signed off. Coming down to your question is, how do we ensure total compliance, of the guidelines? And the guidelines is a regulatory framework that has been designed, to make sure that, operators within the sector, and will be able to implement these guidelines, and our role as a regulator is cut across being both the guide and the watchdog. And just to latch on to what my AC will always say, we always want to liaise collaborate with the industry. So we always want to see ourselves as the guide dogs. First of all, offering the carrots before we talk about, the stick. but within the provisions of these guidelines, to be specific, section 2.1 talks about the compliance directives. So it is a general compliance directive, and this is not new actually. The administration of this guideline has been going on for a while. So what we've done recently is just to actually formalize it by having a clear, reference point through the provisions of these guidelines. So the compliance directives is to all operations, whether it's a new operation, whether it's an existing operation, and we're tying in permits, licensing to the provisions of these guidelines. So if you are an owner of an existing facility, you have 6 months from the signing of date to make sure that you have a mandatory GHG plan for your facility. And for every new facility, then basically when you go through the maturation phases of getting your license, from the license to establish, before you get to license to contract, we want to see a clear GHG plan. You cannot move to the next milestone without a clear GHG plan. And if you are operating and there are modifications or new equipment within your system, then definitely you need to also update and review and update your guidelines to reflect those changes. This is on one part. Then the use of technology. We've been talking about ELDA, so how do you have to show us clearly how you're going to utilize that, as part of your GHG plan. And this your GHG plan, it will elaborate on the scope, the inventory, the strategy, and on an annual basis, you're also you're reporting, your emission within the system. So within your ELDA, want to see, how you're detecting these leaks, how you're repairing it, what is your inventory, how are you classifying it, and what strategy are you putting in place to make sure that it doesn't happen. This on one part. Then the monitoring part of it. Okay, so we make sure that after every 90 days, there has to be a joint inspection to make sure that facilities that are classified as heavy emitters, are being monitored. So that's basically on the guidelines. But in the event that you are not complying, what happens? So we have the powers, and it's clearly stated within the context of the guidelines that we can revoke your license. We can stop any operation. And we also have a different regulation that talks about, penalties. And we can invoke provision from that penalties to make sure that you comply. But we don't want to go through that route. And we urge, all operators within the sector, to comply to these guidelines. As I've said earlier, it's nothing new. We just formalize it, by signing the guideline. This is something that has been in operation, over the past 3 or 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellent insight. Inventory keeps popping up, and that brings us to how important data and implementation really is at the bottom of it. And I would like to move on to our national operator's perspective, to Engineer Philemon. My question is, as a country's largest upstream partner, how can NNPC act as a coalition center, right? Or coalition hub for methane abatement and even MRV data related gathering across JV assets as well, not just on a smaller scale, but just on a grand scale of things.
Thank you for that question again. I would like to start by saying for us in NNPC, we are aligned with by the saying that we believe in God, but every other thing is data to us. Yes, what we're discussing today for us is not new. We've been doing it, but in a very dispersed manner. So by the passage of the PIA that necessitated we become an environmentally responsible company, the first thing we did was to redesign our organizational structure. And when we did that, we developed a department called Corporate Strategy and Sustainability. So the sustainability department is saddled with the responsibility of providing oversight, tracking, and acting as a control tower. Now, what that means is that Now we have a unified department that can handle all data. Part of the department, we now have an EDO. EDO means Enterprise Data Office. They are to handle anything that has to do with data governance. So that was what that PIA did. Then we now develop what we call an internal governance structure that ensures the buy-in of the board down to the shop floor. Now, in the internal governance structure, there's what we call Sustainability Implementation Committee, cutting across all our businesses, even the joint ventures and the partners that we work with. So the first thing we did was to create awareness. We even we conducted a workshop with our regulators like the NDPRA and as well as the NUPRC to tell them that today we have a department that is saddled with that responsibility so that we can be able to have what we call a single source of truth. Because in the past, the regulators can just go to a company that we're in partnership with, get data, then maybe they come to us and the data are different, right? So today we have one body that is saddled with that responsibility. Then the next thing I'm trying to say now is that in the sustainability department, we ensure that the department demonstrates MRV. In our own case, it's MMRVV. By MMRVV, I mean measurement, monitoring, reporting, verification, and validation. So within that department, there is a need to demonstrate that so that you can be able to ensure methane abatement, flare reduction, and all that. So within that department, we have a unit that is saddled with the responsibility for policy, strategy, and standards. Then also we have another unit for target setting and equally reporting, right? Then the last one is for partnership and alliance. Because for you to be able to deliver value, we already identified that we are limited by capacity, funding, and even technology. So there's a need to go into partnership and alliance, and I'm happy we're here having this conversation with GIZ, right? That will give us the opportunity to be able to deliver on that. And lastly, we have another unit called carbon control to handle our emission reduction and the likes. So those things have been put in place. Then also, we've been able to identify, to deploy our data framework. And because we are subscribed to Microsoft, so right now we are asking Microsoft to help us customize our Microsoft data solution that will help all our stakeholders to be able to use that digital transformation facility so that we'll have all our data in one particular place. So we've done well. We are not where we want to be, but at least today we get letters that come directly to sustainability so that we will be able to give out this information without having all those dispersed and different data. Then also in the structure, we ensure that we embed data sharing, right? So those sustainability implementation committee, some of them will call them sustainability managers, champions, or focal. So by that, it has made the process very easy to be able to get data that we're going to use. So finally, I want to say that because of this structure, we've been able to complete our GHGI baseline. In NMPC now, we have our own baseline. We know our total emission, and we have equally developed our decarbonization strategy, showing us a mark model of where we are going, the quick wins, and things that are going to help us to decarbonize our portfolio. Thank you.
Beautiful. Congratulations on that, and thank you very much for that response. One thing that stood out again is awareness. We can't all go on without knowing what each other, knowing what we're all doing. So that brings me to Mr. Body. Public engagement becomes as important as anything else, right? And as NGA's group chair on energy transition, from NGA's standpoint, that is, with its mandates being for sensitization and advocacy, would you say that energy transition plan has been adequately communicated to the public and sector-wise as well? And again, what practical steps can translate into real change, real behavioral change, not just change, minute change, but change in the way we think and the way we accept information, especially around gas adoption? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's 3 questions rolled in one, but we'll try. So in terms of the question, has the communication been done appropriately? I think irrespective of where you stand, one of the things we all agree to is that the room for improvement is the biggest room in the world. In simple terms, we can always do better. Now, the issue will now be, in terms of whether we have been effective, will be in terms of if the goals that we set have been achieved. Because different goals to different stakeholders means that different interpretation of what is effective and what is effectual in the process. However, to the second question in terms of what practical steps can we do, I think there must be an agreed and coordinated mapping of stakeholders, because that will now determine what is effective. At the end of the day, the man on the street is also a stakeholder, because for all that we do, the ultimate beneficiary is the man on the street. So there must be, at some basic level, some way of communicating the progress as well as the intent of government to them. Because for whichever way you look at it, one of the key issues we have in terms of security, in terms of infrastructure limitations, in terms of connecting with people, has to do with the fact that the baseline of the Nigerian society does not fully appreciate and internalize the position of the industry, and they don't internalize how the industry will benefit them. So for that is a different stakeholder group that requires a different kind of strategy. Then there are those who can add value-added services, and it's a whole range of them, from the person who can add the janitorial services to the person who can be a food vendor to those who actually are working on boilers and all those kind of things. They form a different stakeholder group. There must be a coordinated measure to them. Then there's government, both the judiciary, the legislature and all that. There's the, international society, for which is hosting us today. So in simple terms, there is not a one-size-fits-all in terms of communication. There is and there should be a structuring and mapping of stakeholders. And it's based on that mapping, we can now have a coordinated and targeted way. Otherwise, we will do so much, but we will not be able to do anything. Ultimately, when we say communication, our corporate communication in this case, it exists for one purpose: to bridge the gap between the wanted perception and the current perception. So in other words, there is a perception on how we want to be seen, and there is a perception on how we are currently being seen. And you will agree that how we are seen depends on who you are talking to. So when we separate the groups and we bridge that perception, we will have achieved, in practical terms, what we want to achieve.
Thank you very much. I would like to take us into the second round of questions, but I'll ask if we're good on time, or if I should open up for questions. Okay, so then I'll open up for questions. I was asked to finish up. If there are any questions from the room, anything you would like to throw back at us to address before we go round and close.
Thank you. So my question is to NMPC and is on data sharing, especially for the non-operated assets that you have. How would you say the data has been from the operator's perspective? Because what we hear is that data sharing isn't fluid. They're not getting enough data from NMPC's perspective. But you have spoken so brilliantly today, right? And I'm like, it's like you have said something different from what we have always heard. So if you can just expand on that a little bit to tell us where you are in terms of data collection and how you see it implemented going forward.
Okay, can I address that?
Okay, thank you very much for the discourse. So my own is finally we have the carbon market activation policy launched, right? Which is a good sign and a way forward for the carbon market. So it's also coming in at a time where these guidelines for MMRV have been released. So my question is, how are you interfacing with NCCC, right? Because I mean, there ought to be some sort of synergy, right, between the two, so that we could actually see how credits that could come out of all these lofty initiatives we are doing could come to reality. Thank you.
Okay, I want to believe the first question is for me, right? Yes. Okay, so what I said earlier is not devoid of challenges. I'm just trying to make you understand that these are the framework that we've put in place to address that challenge, right? In the past, there's no unified collector of all those data. The regulator can go directly to those assets that are operated by us or non-operated by us, right? And what we've seen is that, in fact, recently we have identified a very key challenge. You can get data today, right? And the peak value shows that maybe production is high. Then at the end of the day, maybe when an average is taken, the value will be low. And maybe at the end of the day, it has been publicized and you hear like, why are you saying that? So we even want to streamline that. What data are you giving? If you let's say production data now, if it is a peak, right, there is a peak. If it is average, it should be average. So those challenges are there. But the good news is that we have a framework now, and we're beginning to create that awareness that if you want data from our joint venture partners, come to the corporate sustainability that acts as the center of excellence, so that we will be able to collect from them directly. You know, we have one single source of truth. And I ended up by saying that we're trying to put up a system, you know, leverage on automation and technology, whereby everybody can be able to, you know, put it in, and it will be easy for us to give them. We are not there yet. That is not the reality as it is today, right? But we're building on it. Why did I say so? We've used the new framework to be able to develop our GHGI, our baseline. What was the challenges that we encountered? We encountered one very key challenge in trying to get data. For that, we decided to even deploy some staff to assist them, you know, educate them more on how to get those data. Then there are some data that are not actually a data point. For example, if you look, I don't know if NUPRC are here, you know that we don't usually capture data like flare intensity and all that. But we've mapped those data points and we're trying to put them in our template, share with those stakeholders. So I'm not saying everything is just beautiful, but then we're building on it, and I'm sure we will get there. I don't know if that addresses your query. Yeah. Was that for me too?
We'll let Mr. Olamide answer. Thank you.
Okay, I can chip in on that. I think your question was around how some of these projects fit into, this is on the back of the approval of the Climate Change Fund and the Carbon Market Activation Initiative. Anyway, the point is, one of these sort of key milestones in the journey towards having a fully functional carbon market framework in Nigeria. Countries that have achieved it have been through these steps. We are just slightly behind the curve in that. But I will speak as somebody who is affiliated with the NCCC to say that the next step will, and it's very critical, will be the establishment of a national MRV framework. And I'm definitely sure that work is ongoing at the NCCC. I think one of the things that may have impacted the speed, because there's a you know, just the same way these approvals were received, there's this level of urgency is also on activating that framework. But now, I think by next year, we should have some positives on that, because like everyone in the room knows, all the experts and regulators and even technical partners, it's not very easy to achieve anything in that space without that key piece. So the establishment of that registry is key, and I think alongside that as well, I think one key take away that I'm getting from here, which I'll feedback to the DG of the NCCC, is the fact that we need to have some sort of coordination. It could be sectoral working groups, which certain people here in this room will be invited to participate, and I think that will also help to accelerate the process. So yeah, Thank you. So just as an addition to what he has said, I just want to emphasize the fact that carbon credit gain is not new in Nigeria. I think if you go back to 2020 or 2021, NMPC in one of its joint venture partnership with Total Energies have gained about €1 million from eliminating routine flares in one of their assets. So what we're doing, and what NCCC are even saying, is there's a need for collaboration. There's a need for everybody to know what everybody is doing so that we're able to disclose our successes, because the stakeholders don't know what you are doing. So for us, if we're isolated in NMPC and we're doing our thing, they will not be able to disclose our story. So what I'm saying essentially is that what you need to demonstrate is measurement and monitoring, right? You cannot be doing something and those who are going to give you those benefits are not aware. Then you need to report it. There's then the validation aspect, verification, then there is for a third-party assurance or endorsement, and that's how you can gain those credit. But have we done it before? Yes, we have done it. We'll just leverage on it and ensure that we expand the success. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that brings us to a close. But before we do that, I'd just like to go around again and ask just one or two implementation priorities for each one of you, or from your organization, from your standpoint.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mariam. In closing, I will just say that one thing that's emerging from here is the need for high-level coordination in the space. And going forward from here, it will be good to actually have that sort of established and institutionalized in a way where it's practical and it can be a bringing together of critical stakeholders to drive and accelerate implementation. The other thing is that the carbon markets is a very important part of this framework, especially with being able to finance some of these technologies and implement in a way that's actually practical. So the harmonization of financing and bringing together stakeholders will also help to be able to create a pipeline of projects and minimize overlaps. So from my point of view, that technical partnership and political leadership is key. So it's something that I will be looking to take forward in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's very clear from our conversation today that one of the easy pathways to achieving our targets, whether the net zero by 2060 and eliminating flare, is basically through measures and strategies that have already been developed by. We have the legal and regulatory framework, and strategies for our operators to latch on and implement by using it. And basically, these regulations and framework have been developed with international. I know NMPC partners are part of the OGMP, and both PRCs and actually tier 3 of the IPC, and also a level for if you want to use the OGMP 2.0 template. So the regulatory framework is there, the strategies are there, and I would just urge all operators, to comply. We have a compliance directive, and we urge you all to make sure that the baseline is there, which is the inventory, which is critical. So without that ground trotting, we can't be moving forward. And we were working with and collaborating with international organizations. So there's a pilot project that is being championed by UNEP, and I think both regulators are part of it, and one of the or two operators. So that's the way to go through, and I wish all of us a successful implementation of these policies and guidelines, especially you.
So for me, I think the low-hanging fruit, and I'm happy that Dr. Chinan spoke about, we're losing about 1.5 billion USD by flaring our gas. So the good news for us is that, yes, after we design our decarbonization strategy, the MAC model shows that our no-regret initiative is in the aspect of reduction of flaring, right? It equally shows that in CapEx, we can invest about 1 billion USD and get twice as much. So that aligns with what he has said. So it's for us to take advantage of that and to reduce our methane. So yes, it's spot on and timely, this conference, because it's about Flare for value. For us in NMPC, we call it waste to wealth. So I sincerely believe the take-home for us is to see how we can be able to maximize the gas we burn as waste to wealth towards reduction of our flare that is going to give us that maximum value of close to about 2 billion USD. That's for me. And even the methane reduction, because methane itself is wealth. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. I want to round up on two things. One is on the advocacy aspect that we spoke about. The other is on data gathering and some of the things that come up from here. There is an old saying from market research that says there is lies, damn lies, and statistics, which speaks to the fact that if you get the wrong data, you can easily be manipulated. And most of the things that people anchor upon are data that are not totally false, but significantly flawed. So there may be a need for, as in moving forward, for a gathering, something of this, of key stakeholders who can benefit and who can contribute to ensuring that data is synthesized into a force. NMPC spoke from the perspective of what they were providing, and there was a feedback from the perspective of how the industry is receiving it. So there has to be a bridge of that gap. And it is in bridging that gap that actually helps the industry to mature and evolve. There are, if we look at the world today, close to 70% of the jobs we have today did not exist 50 years ago. Every ICT job, whether that you can think of, did not exist. The role of comedians and so many things, because things evolved out of knowledge. And in reality, we need that knowledge as participants, as possible value added to the society, to be able to create opportunities, mature the market, and cause the market to evolve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. Thank you to all our panelists. Obviously, this conversation made it clear that Nigeria's path forward depends on quite a few factors: coordinated policy, public awareness, transparent data, industry readiness and acceptance, and also strong regulation and compliance. So just to thank you all for being here, and thank you all for the wealth of knowledge that you've impacted upon us today. And thank you to the audience for listening, and we hope that you've taken a lot from all of our conversations today. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take a quick picture, a quick photograph for them. You. Please, let's give them a warm welcome. That was very sorry. That was a very insightful panel session, and we have seen that measurement monitoring is very important. They've emphasized that. We've emphasized coordinated communications for awareness purposes. We really hope, and we can't wait to see the establishment of a national MRV framework that, like Mr. Olamide spoke about. And it's good to hear that some companies are already making money off the flare reduction. This is why we need to have the monitoring and measurements in place so that we can have this data. So thank you very much once again. We'll be moving on to the next item on the agenda. Safe to say that, of course, this is German-Nigerian collaboration. So we're bringing to you some German companies that we visited during the study tour. They're going to be running us through a couple of technical presentations. And I would just like to invite for the first technical presentation on multi-phase pumps for gas flare reduction. We'll call on the representative from ITT Bonneman. Please, a round of applause. Thank you, Mr. Rene. His name is Mr. Rene. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you everybody here for joining me. This presentation will come up very soon now. I think the beamer is off.
Please, if we could dim the lights too for the presentations.
The beamer is coming up. Okay, again, very welcome. It is a pleasure to be here together with all of you to explain a little bit what we can do maybe for the oil and gas business here in Nigeria. Bornemann is a German producer. It's a family company, and we are producing since 170 years some pumps which go around the world. I don't know, do I have to do something here? I don't know. Here it shows in the presentation. We already spoken today a lot about what we can do with the gas. We can liquefy it, we can make hydrogen, we can make all kind of things with the gas. We also talked a little bit about the metering, how do we control all that gas which will now flowing into our facilities. And this presentation is more about how can we capture the gas. Very close to the oil well, of course, you have a lot of equipment where you do a lot of separation already. You separate the oil and the water and the gas. You flare the gas and only the oil will be moved onwards. And our idea is to put one pump very close to your oil field and boost that whole production, everything what is coming from your field. So that means the crude oil, the gas and the water, boost it all in one go to your facilities, which is maybe 200 or 300 kilometers away from you. So that means you can make or build one big central processing facility where several oil fields will fill up or boost the production to that facility. Well, we have two laptops, so it should be okay. Perfect. Okay, thank you very much. No, I just use this one. Yeah, okay, very good. So this is the first introduction. We already had a group of this Flare4Value group project in Germany, and it was 5-6 weeks ago. And it was the whole group. When I see already people here were present there, absolutely. Actually, they were in front of the first multi-phase pump we built in the 1980s, and that was sold to Tunisia. And after it emptied all the wells in that area, we could buy it back, that pump. So now it is a kind of monument in front of our facility. Everything started more or less in February this year, where we had a seminar organized together with PE Energy, our partner here in Nigeria, where we organized a seminar about multi-phase technology and how we can stop the flares. And you see there also somewhere in the middle, two men with some gray hair. Well, one of them is me, the other one is sitting there. But I think that was a rather successful first step to introduce this technology into Nigeria. A little bit about Germany, I already told you a little bit during my introduction. But we were a family-owned company, 170 years old. Since 90 years, we only produce twin screw pumps, which is the basis for the multi-phase pumps. In 1993 we had our first patent on the multi-phase pump, and in 2000 compressor, that is not the compressor, with those type of pumps. In 2012 we were acquired by ITT, a big American company, because for the family everything went too big, and also the responsibilities were quite severe if something goes wrong in an oil field or on the seabed. Maybe one of you remember the big incident we had in the Gulf of Mexico. That could damage the whole company and even the family, I think. So they were looking for a bigger company to join us. Since 2019 we have a pump which can even run 45 minutes only on gas. So we know from oil fields sometimes we have gas slugs. We have normal flow with liquid, with oil and water, but it could happen that we only have for a certain point of time only gas. We can handle that. So it's a really flexible pump, goes from 100% liquid to 100% of gas. In 2020 we had our first well unloading, and that means that we had wells which had a very low pressure. It would not operate by himself. We had a containerized product, a pump, and that is moving from well to really unload the well to the last droplet. So if you have wells which are there but with low performance, also this can be helped by a multi-phase pump. In Angola in 2023 we supplied a big pump for an offshore platform. It also had lack of pressure, and we installed there a pump, and is now pushing all the product to the main facilities. So this well is still full in production right now, as we can boost the flow. We have a big pump supplied into, the next one is CO2. We also do some CO2 injection, because we know CO2 can be liquid, can be in a gas phase, so that can change every now and then, and those pumps are now in Australia. And the last one is the system which we supply to Malaysia for Shell, where we were an offshore platform, and some fields were not having enough pressure, and we installed there a wet gas pump, so that means that it's mainly gas what's coming out of that well. So our idea is stop the flares. I think we all agree with that. Looking to the climate change, what's happening with the earth, the oceans, the seas are warming up. More rain is coming because the seas are warmer. Water evaporates much easier. So I think we all agree on that we have to stop flaring. Now here we have a small schedule about what is happening in a conventional oil field. That means that we have the wells, we have some separators, we have an oil pump, we have a water pump, and we have quite often we have a flare, because in the past the gas was not really interesting enough for us. Now our idea is to have to quit all that local equipment close to your oil field, so we don't need separators, we don't need a flare, we don't need an oil pump, we don't need a water pump. We take the whole flow untreated, so the gas, the water, the crude oil, everything coming from your oil field, we boost it directly onwards to your central processing facilities. And that central processing facility can of course gain product from different oil fields. So that means also the economies of scale. You need to produce only one big plant for your whole flow what is coming from your oil fields. And it means that also for the gas, you have a lot of gas there, you can immediately do something with the gas. You can liquefy it, maybe you want to make hydrogen out of it. That's of course one of the things where Germany is looking for. You have all that gas all together from different in one place. This is then how it could look like. We have some different fields. And our idea is to put some multi-phase pumps close to the wells. The infrastructure is already there. You're operating those fields, you're producing the oil, you get the oil to your refineries. So we make use of the same infrastructure, and we can even tie in some fields which were maybe marginal in the past, but now with the help of one simple pump, you can also connect that to your system. We have several types of pump, but okay, that's okay. That's what we make, but they're all in principle different. And we don't have a standard product, but as you can see, we can go up to 7,000 cubic meters an hour, and when needed, we can also go up to 100 bars. So we can really push your flow over a long distance to your facilities. That is maybe more interesting for you here in this audience. This is a project in Nigeria from Chevron. We received an order for them for 4 pumps for the Makaraba platform and the Utunana platform. The first 2 pumps have been delivered, and the other 2 pumps are still in our facilities, as some of you might have seen 5-6 weeks ago. This field flared a lot, and Exxon said, okay, Chevron said, we want to stop that, and we want to capture the gas and do something useful with it. They built on the platform. I call it the platform. It's onshore, offshore. It's in the swamps. It's in the middle of the country, and we also have some drive the pump with a gas turbine. So we take also the gas what's coming from the wells. So we don't need extra electricity. We make use of all the energy sources which are already locally available. So this is a little bit what we did. This is the old situation in the above, and here below, that's the new situation where we take out the flare. We have all the flow coming from the fields by the use of with the use of a multi-phase pump, and we move it on to the facilities where we fill again the oil tanks, and we can use the gas, liquefy, or whatever you want to do it. I think you all handsome enough to understand that you can do a lot of things with the gas. This is a field in, this is the one in Angola, where I spoke about before. That was an offshore platform which didn't have enough pressure anymore to overcome the resistance of the pipeline. So we installed there the pump, and they did the calculation that they think in a maximum 2 years the whole investment will be paid back. This is typically for multi-phase pumps. We have a project in Malaysia, I think I have a picture later, that was an investment of 40 million, but it was paid back in half a year. Because you have and the gas, and also you have more product coming from your well. These pumps can help you unloading your well. They reduce the wellhead pressure. And you know, when the wellhead pressure is lower, for the product, easier to come to the surface. So you not only capture the gas, but you also increase your flow, your oil and your gas flow. So it's double. And what I heard from one of the visitors in the seminar in February, they also liked the idea that we have gas in the pipeline as well, because this could really stop. You see the pump is only the blue part. The gray part in the red square is the turbine, and then the rest of the part is all the facilities to make the pump run well and smooth for many years. Typically those investments stay for 20-30 years. This is then how it looks like in real life on the platform. And as I said, this is we have a turbine of 3.7 megawatt. I can imagine that not all fields have that much of energy available, so it is a very good idea to immediately use the gas and drive the pump. It was a very short presentation. Normally I have 3 hours. Today I had only 3 times 5 minutes. I think I managed a little bit. It was very practical. So what we say in the beginning, we can stop the flares. We take that gas and we boost it together with the oil and the water to your facilities in the same pipeline as you have right now. No separation, no treatment, untreated flow. Questions? Do we have time for questions? Or am I already too long?
Thank you very much. Okay, yes, we can take 1 or 2 questions before we get on to the next presentation.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Indeed, this presentation is very good and is very apt. What I am able to deduce from the presentation, the MPP can operate on electric motor mechanical driver, gas engine mechanical driver, or gas turbines with an
or diesel engine, whatever you want. But diesel, I think we discussed that.
Yeah.
We tried to get away from diesel.
With a VFD.
With a VFD, yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to say, the upstream pressure that comes from the MPP today, where the storage, probably the pressure might be a little bit higher than the design pressure of the existing facility before the introduction of the MPP. So probably the owner of the facilities has to do some little integration checks to ensure that, you know, the integrity of those piping system and the receiving facilities is not compromised, so that they will not give up because of the introduction of the MPP downstream.
Or maybe we can use 2 pumps. Do we have 2 smaller pumps? That's also a possibility. Because, yeah, it's quite technical. These are what we call volumetric pumps. A volumetric pump is not making pressure. It's just displacing product from A to B. Close to the better like this. So and depending on the system resistance, so how long is your pipeline, we need a big motor. So if you say, okay, we cannot have too high pressure, it can also take 2 smaller pumps, which goes easier and somewhat cheaper as well.
Okay, thank you. And I challenge possibly with the sealing system of the MPP.
Yeah, we have sealing systems. That was also the grey part in the back. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other question before? Okay, thank you. I think that's about that then. Thank you very much, ITT Bonnerman, for that wonderful presentation. We were in Germany at the facility of ITT Bonnerman, and it was fantastic to see how they fabricate these pumps and systems from ground up, which I think Johannes missed out on. Yeah, so thank you for that wonderful presentation. We'll just keep, because time is fast spent, we'll just keep on firing on. We have the next presentation from Newman and Essa. Please, if we can have that come up. So I think Mesoma is presenting Newman and Essa. So I welcome Mesoma from Newman and Essa. Mesoma Okereke will take us through the presentation on technology presentation on compressor solutions for gas flare reduction, also on offer by Newman and Essa. So do you have the presentation ready? Oh, perfect. So thank you. So
okay, thank you very much, Dr. Mala, and thank you, everyone. Thank you to GIZ and thank you to GACN for organizing the event and also taking us along, because we've been with the teams from the inception when they had the first kickoff meeting and the study tour, which they, with the partners, came to our facility in Germany, and now the wrap-up session. So thank you for taking us along. I will just go briefly and talk quickly on this presentation, which is our flare gas presentation. And our aim is actually to help enhance energy security through our gas flare solutions or gas flare commercialization solutions. And here is just a brief background. I think Dr. Chinan already talked about what gas flaring is, but just to really still emphasize on what it is. So this is actually when during oil production. So it's a signal of oil. So during oil production, the operators just burn out this gas that is being produced together with the oil instead of using it to do something better for the environment. And from the data we see here, we can see the flaring data between 2023 and 2024. And what is very interesting here is, despite oil production of those both years being constant, we can see that in 2024, gas flaring will actually increase by about 2% from 2023 to 151 billion cubic meters per year, and that means the CO2 emissions are also increased, and also the value, that's the flare value that you could have saved also increased to about $63 billion. It's like the global value. And here, what can we see here? What's interesting here? This actually shows gas flaring or associated gas distribution in the different continents. And what is interesting here is, what we can see is Africa, despite producing the least, vents most of our associated gas. So we're only re-injecting, or we're only marketing that. We need to do something more efficient, be that CNG, whatever we're marketing it to, but we're actually flaring and venting most of our associated gas. So this is why Neumann and Esser is focusing on Africa, because you can see that there is a problem in Africa in terms of utilizing our gas, especially utilizing it domestically. So here also shows, now we're taking it down to Africa, so you can see the gas that was flared in Africa between 2023 and 2024, and you can see that the top 3 culprits are Algeria, Nigeria, and Libya. And what's interesting in Nigeria is in 2023 we were actually number 3, but this year 2024, so the recent data, we see that Nigeria is actually the top 2, that's number 2 most flaring country in Africa. And the market value of these three countries, Algeria, Nigeria, and Libya, these top 3 countries, they actually make up 70% of Africa's entire gas flare. So this is why Nigeria is one of the essential countries to really look at when we want to look at eradicating gas flaring. And so what are the major yardsticks to measure energy poverty? So energy poverty is lack of access to reliable, affordable, and modern clean energy services, or energy services. And what are the major yardsticks we can use to measure this energy poverty? The first one is access to electricity. And from this data, you can see this chart on the right, you actually see how access to electricity is in the entire world population. But when you go to the Africa's map, you start to see that these colors are different. That's because we start to see discrepancies, and then a lot of the countries here actually don't have a lot of their population with access to electricity. In fact, only 10 countries in Africa have 75% or more of the population having access to electricity. Only 10 of the African countries have more than 75% of their population having access to electricity, and a lot of the top flaring countries don't have most of their population having access to electricity. And then we also look at Nigeria, for example. Nigeria is an interesting country, which we are, Nigeria here is, so we're talking about Nigeria, but what we can see is that actually half of the population, or more than half of the population, don't have access to electricity. So we're looking at 89 million people that don't have access to electricity. And then we also look at the second yardstick for energy poverty, and that's access to clean cooking. And here again, we can see that 60% of Africa's population don't have access to clean cooking. And you can see that's actually more than half of the African's population don't have access to clean cooking. And not only does lack of access to clean cooking is bad for the environment, because you have to, for example, go take firewood to be able to cook, because you don't have the clean way of cooking, and so you have to take this firewood, so you have to cut down trees, you have to take out these nutrients that would be for the environment. And also another impact is the health impact. For example, when you are looking at the health impact, we're looking at when you have to use this firewood to cook, you're looking at the particles from this firewood getting into your sense organs, so be that your eyes, be that the respiratory organs, which is actually bad for the health. And unfortunately, what we tend to see is that women are actually, and young people are the major victims of this health risk. That's because they are mostly tasked with the responsibility of carrying out this domestic task, which is using these firewoods and all these other rudimental cooking methods. So here, what can we see in essence? Here we're looking at the top, all these countries here have half of the population. So they have a population of 15 million people in these countries, at least 50 million people or more. And what we get to see is that in all these countries, half of the population don't have access to clean cooking. So in all these countries, half of the population don't have access to clean cooking. But what is even more interesting is in these countries that I have highlighted, we have over 90% of the population that don't have access to clean cooking. So this is why this is very important that we are focused on Africa in this topic. And then, so what is Neumann and Esser trying to do? What do we want to do? We are saying that we want to stop gas flaring, but instead use this gas that we are wasting to address the issues of clean cooking and address the issues of electricity. And traditionally, what this shows is what are the ways when you have associated gas. The first way is associated gas, you either take it through the, you either transport it through the gas pipelines or you reject it back into the wells. Those are the major ways of addressing gas that is being associated gas before you flare it. But most of these times, the transportation equipment, these pipelines are not always available. Most of these times they're not available, or they are really far away from the field where the oil and the gas is being produced. So what do operators do? The easiest way is actually to flare it. And then what are we proposing at Neumann and Esser? We are saying that we want to address flare gas in these other mid-scale solutions. So these mid-scale solutions are, we have flare gas to CNG or mid-scale LNG, flare gas to electricity, flare gas to liquid, so be that methanol, liquid hydrogen, turquoise hydrogen. So these are the ways we are saying that this is our footprint where we are trying to address flare gas. So who are we as Neumann and Esser? We are also a German family-owned company. We've been in the business for over 195 years, and we are being managed by the fourth generation of owners, Alexander and Steffi Peters. And what is our main strength? What is our strength? Our strengths are in our reciprocating gas compressors. So for any kind of gas, even not flare gas, if you want to transport gas from one place to another, you need to compress this gas. So you need to increase the pressure of this gas. And this is where our solution is going to be used. And what is very interesting about Neumann and Esser is we are not just looking at having one equipment. We are a big believer in looking at the entire integrated value chain of the system. And that's actually what we are doing with our integrated gas flare commercialization value chain. So what do we do? So here we have come together, we've partnered with other German OEMs, and we want to bring the entire solution to the clients, to the awardees, to anyone who wants to commercialize their gas. So we tell you, we are going to look at it from alpha to omega. So here, what do? We have our compressors, which I said are the basic bedrocks of this entire solution. And together with our other partners who also provide the other integral components. For example, you might have to dry the gas, you might have to take out some CO2, you might have to do a little bit of processing. They provide all the other components, and together we actually provide a solution that is going to take care of the gas from beginning to the end of the client. So this is our value proposition to the client. Some of the case studies that we have actually been working on with some of the awardees are the NGFCP projects. So we've been, I think everyone has mentioned this in the room, Dr. Chinan has talked about it. And this project, what have we done? We've actually been in talks and working on it with some of these awardees where they are tasked to deploy a solution that is modular, that is scalable, and that's easy to deploy to commercialize gas. And we are using this, our expertise, to actually help them commercialize this gas. And the interesting thing, as what you can see, is most of this gas is actually between 0.5 to 5 million scf. So these are mid-scale gas solutions, and this is where we are with the slide I mentioned 2 slides ago, where I talked about this sweet spot where we are looking at mid-scale gas commercialization solutions, and we can see like most of the flare volumes are within that area. And this is just an example of one of the case studies we worked in with one of the awardees. So we actually also try to tell the awardees that we actually would help with feasibility study. So we kind of hold their hands, because most of the times they don't really know what they could do, or the best value they could get from this gas. So we actually hold their hands to tell them, okay, these are what we think could be potential solutions for you, based on your location, based on the kind of gas you have, based on the composition of the gas you have. So we actually just look at that, and then we try to help them together, like wrap around a solution for them. And then after that, we now do like a simulation to let them know what are the volumes you can get from this gas, what are the end products. Most times some clients say, okay, I want this end product, maybe I want CNG, I want LPG, and we tell them, okay, based on this is what we think could be a best fit. So we try to really hold the client's hand to really go through this entire value chain. This is also our proposition, just like I said. We are looking at, okay, we will hold the client's hand in terms of, we are going to provide the feasibility study, Neumann and Esser and our other partners. We are also going to provide the solution, Neumann and Esser and our other partners in Germany. And also Neumann and Esser has a partner in Nigeria, so they actually would also be very instrumental when we look at aftermarket support, because when you have a solution up and running, there's a need after some time to change some spares. If there is a problem, we have a very close partner here who can quickly go to the field of the client and look into the issues before we come all the way. And most times these are agents and partners are actually very skilled, because we've trained them to be able to work on Neumann and Esser and partners solutions. So another interesting thing is during the course of this project, what we saw that financing was an issue for a lot of these awardees, and it's a lot in this project we've mentioned. That's one of the things we've looked at, and we've seen, okay, this is a problem, and how did we address that? So we've actually partnered up with some financiers, both locally and both in Germany, and we have said that we are going to bring them together into this loop. So when we are talking about an integrated solution, we are literally looking at an integrated solution from the start to the finish. So we are looking at any bottle holes, any bottle holes. So for example, financing is one. We have partners who, when the client is saying they need some partnership, they need some financing structure, some financing advice to do this project, we would connect them immediately to these partners. We also have the part of the distribution or the transportation side, which is actually the offtake. We also have sometimes when partners have come to us and they are just clueless of what to do. So we actually don't want to start a project without actually, having to close up all the sides, because you could just be hung at one point. So we really want them to tie the entire loose ends, and then we also have our solution, which is our core. And I think the implementation roadmaps has already been covered by the panel sessions. We know what they've all said, stronger frameworks, and I think what I want to really drive or also talk about here is the issue of collaboration, because I think this is also something that we don't talk about very often, that collaboration is actually quite instrumental in having a solution up and running. So most times we've seen success stories. How have they actually achieved their success stories? They've done this by collaborating. People have come together and said, okay, let's share resources, let's share solutions. Once you do this, you're looking at the cost is not as, it's not as much as it would be if it's just one company or one person looking at it, but collaboration goes a long way to actually let this implementation become much more efficient, because you're looking at putting all your resources, putting all your solutions, putting just the knowledge. Nothing is a waste here. So you're looking at putting everything together. And then the solutions is what we've been talking about here. And so this is just about the opportunities which we've all talked about here. So Dr. China and everyone has actually talked about the opportunity, why flare gas is an opportunity. So I don't want to really go deep into that, but something I want to also just put in impact is also the social issues. If you have access to clean cooking, a lot of the time that is spent, maybe these women or these young children have to say, okay, we are going to use this time to do something more useful, go to school, learn, because this is also how we're actually going to keep on growing these database. So they go to school, they don't spend this time because of they have to, go and fetch firewood go and fetch firewood on ungodly hours most times, because they want to go to do this maybe in the evening and in early in the morning, and this is also something we have to take into consideration with security. So these are just some of these opportunities that we are looking at, why it should be an opportunity, not a waste, flare gas. And so what's our call to action here as Neumann and Esther? So what are we saying? We are saying that we would support you from the beginning to end, no matter where you are in the entire process. We would help you from the beginning, wherever you are, not just the beginning, but wherever you are, all the way to the end. Because of our expertise, we've been in this business for a very long time. We have reliable solutions. We are close to our customers. We are close to our markets with our partners. So we also have, the Nigerian know-how. We have the Nigerian operating know-how by our expertise, by ourselves and also our partners. So this is what we want to bring to our clients. Yes, I think that is all. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you. Do we have questions? We can just take one question for the sake of time, please. No questions. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mesoma.
Mesoma, that means you did an excellent job. If there are no questions, so it's fully well delivered. Was in Germany, I learned that it's pronounced Neumann, not Newman.
No.
Neumann. It's pronounced Neumann. Neumann and Esa, not Newman. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Please, she's still around. She's still available in case you have questions. Just a quick change to the agenda. Please, we'll be moving on to take the second panel. The panel is strategic utilization and bankability of flare volumes. I think this is an important topic, the meat of the matter. And I'll just be introducing and inviting the panelists. Ladies first, of course, and I'm a lady too. So we'll have Halima Dokbesi. She is a commercial analyst leading gas supply contracts negotiations with ND Western. Halima, please. Round of applause, please. Thank you. I think I'll take another lady again. Don't worry, I'm gender balanced. The men are coming. Sorry. Okay, I'll just continue. I would like to invite me Dr. Patricia Chisom Ayanwu. Okay, Dr. Patricia Chisom Ayanwu. She is a strategic business development partner with Afagaf Oil and Gas, one of the Flare awardees from the NGFCP program. She has expertise in power, oil and gas, and mining. Thank you for that. Next off, I'll be calling Mr. Temi Kate, the man with almost all the questions in the room today. So he's an energy expert with over 2 decades of experience across Africa and Europe, and he's currently serving with Seplat Energy. Round of applause for Mr. Temi. Thank you. Next, we would call on Dr. Tona Ejiofor. He's serving with First Cap Limited, an investment banker with over 20 years experience in the capital and project finance markets. So we're bringing in a financial aspect to this. Remember, the topic has to do with bankability. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Tona Ejiofor. And last but not the least, we have our able moderator, the Vice Chair of the Board of Directors of the African Energy Council and the lead consultant of this German-Nigerian Flare4Value Initiative, Dr. Chinan Dikwa. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. Sorry, I know you're tired of hearing from me, so I promise it'll be all about them and not me at all. Thank you for being here. So we're talking about the strategic utilization of flare gas, but also the bankability. And I've got this able panel. So I think they've been introduced. We'll just go straight into it. But before we do, if you don't mind, show of hands. Show of hands. Who believes Nigeria will end routine flaring by 2030? Anybody believes that? No? That's okay. Okay. So that's a good start. At least. At least one or two, okay, in the room. Okay. Okay. So the reason why I'm asking is because it's it's the whole essence of us being here. But I'll start by throwing the question. Maybe I'll start with you actually, Dr. Patricia, if that's okay. So, AFAGAF, you guys are aggregators, very much so. Around well, you do a lot of aggregation certainly of small flares here and there. What do you think? I mean, from your standpoint, what do you think the key issues are in terms of the small flares in the Delta? What's the solution to bringing all of those to bankability?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. As you mentioned, my name is Dr. Patricia Nyao. So as far as aggregating from flare gas, I understand that we have, our project is Oguta, and there are about 36 wells. And from there, that's where the aggregation comes from, not necessarily from other assets. So I just wanted to clear that up really quickly. But absolutely. So we do plan to, after commissioning, within the next 12 months, be one of the first reliable flare to value assets in the region. And so we plan on doing that by building our modular refinery. We already have guaranteed off-takers lined up, and then through the economics that we have in place, we plan to be up and running and operating as respect to our project. So we're not a feasibility study, we're not a pilot, we're more so a proof of concept. Thank you.
Awesome. Halima, I'll pass the same question actually to you. What do you see as the key challenges of monetizing flares in the Delta?
Okay, so first of all, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, GACN and GIZ, for having me. Okay, so I think flare gas has become popular in the last couple of years, and people who hear flare gas is up for grabs. They just hear cheap gas. But we need to understand that flare gas and PNG, pipeline gas, is two different things. It's a completely different ball game. If you're wearing an engineering hat, it's very different. If you're wearing a commercial hat, it's very different. The volume and the spec certainty is not what you find with PNG. And there's a lot of co-location that is required when it comes to flare gas, which is a challenge. Now, I like to look for solutions. So, what is the solution to flare gas commercialization? For ND Western, our strategy or our principle is to commercialize all our flare that is feasible to commercialize, right? What we found is you get a lot of EOIs and proposals for people who want flare gas, but it's actually not feasible, because if you, for instance, are a GBI gas user, you're not supposed to be using flare gas. The spec does not work for you. And if I was supposed to put in the capex required, it kills the project before it even starts. What we found the sweet spot is power projects, LPG, I think the former speaker mentioned LPG, mini LNG and CNG. Power is really cool, especially in 2025, where AI is like the biggest buzzword of the year, because data centers are energy intensive users, and we found that they are really like a very excellent candidate for flare gas utilization. And at ND Western today, we have a data center that is currently utilizing flare gas in one of our flare sites, and it's currently operational today as we speak. They are using the flare gas to generate power for their data center, and that works. If we find more of those, they're easy to implement, easy to operationalize. There are, of course, some roadblocks, but they are you can actually navigate through them easily. With LPG, you have the challenge of spec. because if the flare is not reaching C3 and C4, then it doesn't work. For CNG and mini LNG, you have a strategy issue because you're co-locating in an area that's rich in PNG. So we need to look at, that you need to have a very clear strategy and cost advantage to play in that market. For me, I believe that flare gas can be commercialized, but we need to take a very different strategy than we have used with PNG. So I think that would be my feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. Very elaborate. Thank you so much. Temi, can I come to you? Yes. So, I mean, Seplat, it almost sounds like you've pivoted the last few years away from oil a little bit. I know gas has become a big thing for you. In terms of your gas processing plants, which you have quite a lot of, how are you integrating flare systems into that?
Okay, thanks for that question, and all protocols duly observed. Yeah, so it's actually been one of our core operations. I mean, when a lot of industries and IOCs and local companies haven't been doing gas, that's when we'd actually been into gas years back. So as of today, what it stands, we have about 2 points, I think, let me check that, 2.6 BCF per day processing capacity of gas, right? And the good thing about that gas capacity is that it's spread across the onshore and the offshore, right, in the Niger Delta, and also in different geopolitical zones, which is we have in the west, in the east, and recently with our recent acquisition in the south, right? So yeah, so that has really made us, go into different aspects of processing, and also looking at different uses downstream in terms of LNG usage, CNG usage, and LPG, right, as it fits into the decade of gas, right? So in our anode plant, right, which is some situated in the east, we have rebooted that, and that's going into LPG into the market. For the sapler plant, which we have in the west, we've commissioned, we're close to commissioning a CNG plant, about 6 million scopes a day, which the lane gas will be going into that compression station for distribution. And then also, we've combined this with pipeline infrastructure, right? Because again, you can't do the processing without these pipelines for the LNG, right? So a recent acquisition which we've done, we're commissioning about a 54-kilometer pipeline infrastructure, which is going to be taking LNG into the LNG for Bonny. So that's from the Oso to Bonny, right? So all of this has been a combination of our gas processing plants and also the pipeline capacity. So we do look at that integratively to be able to harness this uses downstream. So, thank you.
Amazing, yeah, really good stuff, really good stuff. Tona, I'll come to you. So, you are largely on the financing side of things, first cap. So I suppose the question is, if you think about how volatile the Nigerian market is, what kind of financing frameworks are you putting together? Blended finance, escrowing, what are your thoughts on that?
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. When we think about gas, right, it's one of those products that it's quite delicate to finance. And I'll try to contextualize this by going back a few years. So in 2014, 2015, a company called AccuGas came to us, and they said, look, we want to build a gas processing facility, and we want a pipeline from Ukwo to Ibompa. And quite frankly, at the time, the promoters, all they had at the time was, they had a gas field, and he had a piece of paper, and he said, look, pipeline will move from here to here. The most difficult part of that deal was not the due diligence, not even the financial model, not the commercial aspects, right? It was really the bankability of the offtake contract. Every gas deal is embedded in the offtake contract. It's as good as if the offtake contract doesn't work, nobody will bank it, right? Because that deals your performance risk, that deals your payment risk. So the way we've always gone about it is, from a financing perspective, it has to be a blended solution, right? The gentleman here talked about equipment, right? You're thinking, okay, how can I leverage the ECA of Germany, for example, right, to fund some of the equipment? You're thinking, okay, how can I, vendor financing, right? You're thinking, blend all this into ultimately a project finance solution that reduces your cost of capital, that expands your average access to capital, both onshore and offshore. So the way we always look at gas, and whether it's flare gas monetization or a pipeline, etc., at the end of the day, you're looking for a solution that helps you maximize the sources of capital. You're looking for a solution that when you take it to financier, people don't like hearing bankability, so so lenders are always, and investors, always looking out for how does this form from a bankability perspective. Thank you.
Thanks, Donna. I think that's really clear. So the offtake contract, you live and die by that. Sounds like it. Okay, still talking. And by the way, Temi, I was going to say that was really interesting about your 54K pipeline. I think that maybe we can come back on that. But still talking about financing, Dr. Patricia, can I come to you again? So if we are, numerous people actually spoke about this carbon financing and performance-based contracts, as de-risking instruments for flare-to-gas projects. How could you utilize all of that to de-risk and probably get capital, that's cheap?
Thank you for the question. So far for carbon financing as additional revenue, our methane abatement credits can fund up to 30 to 40% of project CapEx when structured correctly. But at AFAGAF, we've designed our Oguta project to be carbon credit ready for the day that the MRV compliant, sorry, 1 second. Okay, yeah. So we'll be ready from day one, and we'll actually be compliant and audible, and everything will be validated. This immediately boosts the IRR and reduces equity requirements.
Thank you. Helpful. ND Western operators. So can I say, OML 34, that's one of your assets. What type of risk sharing models between the operators and investors do you think would guarantee some sort of a great arrangement going forward? So thinking about you guys on one side, investors, what sort of an ideal thing from a flare gas standpoint?
Okay, thank you. This is a very good question because it forces you to think about the reality of flare gas commercialization versus your traditional PNG commercialization. So anyone who has been in a room where a GSA or a GSPA is being negotiated, and I smile because the person who taught me is in front of me, but it's very feisty. It's very, everyone is trying to protect their value. But with flare gas, you have to take a completely different posture. The truth is, flare cannot sustain the type of volume guarantees that you see in your GSAs or your GSAAs or GSPAs. The take-or-pay clauses, the shortfall clauses, it just doesn't work because the production profile is technically variable. So you can't try to force that rigid volume commitment into a flare gas commercialization arrangement. So we now have to start thinking more creatively and becoming more flexible. Boot structures work, for example, because the investor, the customer, as the case may be, is coming and saying, okay, making the capex investments and utilizing whatever structures they can to utilize that gas for whatever project they want to do, whether it's LPG or whatever the case may be. Whilst the operator or the producer is just making the flare gas available. So that works because as a producer with my many capex and opex requirements, I'm just going to minimize my capex and make the flare available, whilst for the operator, or sorry, rather for the investor or the customer, it also works because there's a clear line of sight to where you're going to get your ROI. So that works, and that can also be utilized in many arrangements. Like I said, flexibility is the key. JV arrangements could also work depending on the producer's long-term strategy and the investor's appetite. But I think there's really no one-size-fits-all to commercializing flare, like the risk arrangements or the commercial framework that you need to utilize. It really is on a case-by-case basis. So the big takeaway is really, you have to be flexible. There are structural arrangements that exist today that can be utilized. Figure out which one works for you, but your typical TOP would not work, so you have to be very flexible. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Patricia. Hopefully that's clear enough. Sepla, another operator. So I think you mentioned about 54K pipeline. That's really interesting, taking gas to LNG. Could you expand on that a little bit? But if you'd also comment on, for your associated gas fields, or gas volumes, as it were, what kind of technologies are you prioritizing? So NGL recovery, perhaps, micro CNG, if you comment on technology.
Okay, thank you for that. So I might not be, able to dwell too much on the 50K pipeline, because of course it's under tender now, and as you'd understand. But basically it's a line that is going to be laid from also to the BRT, right? And of course, so the NAG associated with that also field is going to go into that pipeline and for commercial use in LNG. Of course, that's one of the things which we took up as an operator once we quickly acquired that asset. Right, so that's as much I'll be able to share for that.
What's the volume?
So it's going to be able to mop up about 480 million scores per day. Yeah. So that's much as I can share with that. Yeah. So in terms of technology, yeah, I think for us, we've looked at it in two ways. Both the reducing the flares, one, and then the residuals, right? In a bid to get to one, net zero. So that's taking sustainability into account. And then the second thing is monetization. Monetization, of course, that's the essence of all of this, sustainability, and be able to monetize, make economic gains out of it. So for us, the key things we've done is, of course, increasing our processing capacity, right? Which we've expanded. Like I mentioned today, is about 2.6 BCF per day. So that has done a lot for us in terms of commercializing those flares. Now, when it gets to the residuals, of course, you would still expect some flares. What we've done, and in that aspect, is to go more with VRUs and compression screw compressors, right? And in that sense, what that has done for us, I think to that some of the tangible outcomes that has done for us this year. In terms of the NGLs, we've gotten about 3,700 barrels of oil per day, which accounts to about $3 million in 9 months for 2025, just from the VRUs and compressions. For LPG, it's about 12,600 metric tons sold, right? And of course, we also gained from the non-payment of penalties, right? So that's been one of the good accomplishments and tangible outcomes from using this VRUs and compression, screw compression technology, right? In addition to the residuals, what we, another innovative thing we're trying to do, again, is to use carbon credits. So one thing which we did, I think that was about last year, for one of our projects, it was the Haji South compression project. We worked with, I think it was a German company, the DEST market in Germany. We were able to, off that project, get approval, right? I mean, it was a very long, torturous journey, about 2 years, right? But we were able to get about $19 million approved, right, from the potential reductions from that project. But unfortunately, that market, I think that it was closed. The EUFQD, the market closed, so we could not realize there was supposed to be a 1-year crediting period. So that market closed, and we transited into another market. So we've seen that, at least we've tested it, that this carbon credit
my team and I, we led a project where, again, right of way is a big issue for gas projects where it's pipeline, but obviously in this case, flare gas, but all in sort of sector, right? You would see situations where you get approvals for right of way. I'm not sure why, from a community, and in between, right? And they say, okay, for example, you have to pay for certain shrines or, to move out of the way. And after you've paid, the shrine has moved out. And as you continue the project, the shrine will reappear along the line, and you have to pay again. So these are some of the realities that you need the government to help you mitigate. And these are practical things that happen. You need clarity on consents, you need clarity on permits, you need clarity on approvals. What would it take to get them? And from day one, you've due diligence it, and you know you'd obtain it. Again, when it comes to payment guarantees. I talked about offtake contracts. The lifeblood of an offtake contract is to be able to have some sort of enhancement, a credit enhancement that supports the offtake contract. So contracts basically what breathes life into that contract is the payment guarantee that supports it. And depending on how it's structured, it doesn't have to be 100% guarantee, right? There are so many instruments you can think about, whether it's, you can even structure it around a willing buyer, willing seller, but there's an instrument that supports payments. What is clarity on payments, right? That's the most critical thing for them. So again, these are risks you can easily working with the government, and this has also been done in the power sector, although with limited success. Working with the government to determine what are the best instruments, credit enhancements to support payment obligations, wherein for whatever reason there's some sort of default, right? There's an instrument to support it, particularly that the main off-taker, right, for gas projects would always be the power sector, and it has its own nuances and concerns around that. So these are some of the things that financiers are always looking out for.
Thank you. That's really helpful. From a bankability standpoint, you really bring it to life. So this has been really helpful, I think, this panel. But can I just, one question, perhaps to all of you, before we wrap up. Patricia, if you think about, I apologize, Halima, if you think about, the whole value chain of a flare project and making it bankable, if you could change anything, offtake, maybe infrastructure, maybe policy in the Nigerian context, what would it be? Literally high level. If you could change one thing to turn a project bankable, what would you change and why?
Okay, I think for me, I would say the projects as they are today, if there's sufficient knowledge in the rooms, they're actually quite bankable. So I would just improve the knowledge that we have, yes, and make sure that everyone comes with, has the knowledge that is available so that the project can be bankable and operational.
I would say from the full value stream, I would say the funding, like the upfront funding. I think for most projects with the licensing, anything coming down from NUPRC and actually being commissioned, I would say ready and willing investors, actual funding from the government, and private investors as well.
Okay, thank you. For me, I would say you marry your technology with the repayment source. So if I have to look at it in a value chain sense, and I'll look at it project specific, on a case by case basis, it will be to deploy sort of, to me, modular scalable solutions, and where you should have very tight, airtight secured. Say if you're going into power projects, scalable modular power projects, a bankable PPA at the end of the day, because once you can secure that back end, and of course you start small and grow it, it's something that's we at Sepla we've not implemented it, but I mean we're looking at solutions currently, right, which we are trying to deploy, right, for our stranded assets, and those are the two key things which we're looking at. And I mean we're seeing on paper that is bankable, but yet of course to implement it. Thank you.
Thank you. I would say two things. One would be the development phase. Right? So what we tend to see is that some projects are good, the investment to get it to bankability is just not there, right? So you see developers that, you know, fantastic idea, the project, you can sense it would work, but that funding to do feasibility, that funding to do the initial assessment, unfortunately not there. So I would say that. Then the secondly would be to work with the developers and the financier stakeholders like GACN, regulators, to have a bankable, you know, offtake contract. That way, it's very easy to get funding off the financiers. Thank you.
On that note, thank you so much for your attention, and thanks for the panel for your very incisive contributions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chinal and panel. Maybe we could, do you want, okay, on the stage, right? Okay, so let's just smile for a photo session, wonderful session. We've had the discussions around strategic utilization and bankability of flare volumes. Very insightful, because it's very important for implementation of the flare gas commercialization program, on how we make this project come to life, make them bankable, make the economics, and we have had some strategies or recommendations from the panelists, which we hope are driven by our consultants as well, Dr. Chinal, which we hope will enrich the current ongoing studies. So our next session, we're almost wrapping up, I know, I get it, but our next session is a presentation, technology presentation as well, from 2G Africa, on how we harness flare volumes for decentralized power. So I know if you had during Dr. Chinal's technical presentation, he did mention that the most viable pathway to utilizing these flare for volumes is for gas to power. But doing gas to power, there are some risks associated or involved, and there is also the issues with the bankability. You can connect the presentation, yeah? So, and 2G Africa is going to present. It's a virtual presentation by 2G Africa that will demonstrate technology on gas to power systems, which they develop. We've been to Germany, to the facility of 2G Africa, and seen these technologies firsthand on gas to power. So it's really important that we listen to this. So let's just do some checks. Can you can you hear us? Jürgen, we can't seem to, so let's just get the technology right, and then we move on from there. So I think we need to power on the projector. Oh, okay, perfect. Okay. If we can also dim the lights so that the projector will be more visible, please. But I'm not sure. Jürgen, can you hear me? Jürgen, can you speak up? So we're trying to sort out sound. We can see your presentation, Jürgen, but we can't hear you. If you can hear us, we're trying to sort out how to get... oh, perfect, perfect. So we can hear you now, but even though not... let's try to increase the volume. We can hear you, but it's not loud enough. Okay, so we have someone who could possibly help us sort out this technological challenge to do with the sound. Oh yeah, we can hear you. We're just trying to get the sound, yeah, more clearly. All right, Jürgen, can you speak? Okay. It's not loud.
Is there any possibility
Aha.
so I can see what you can see on your screen?
All right, now the sound is good, but we have some echo.
Are you okay? 1, 2, 3. I think you probably have to mute your microphone. 1, 2, 3.
thank you. Yeah. It's been a long day. Maybe you want to. Hello. Okay, so we have got rid of the echo. Thank you. So it's been a long day. We've had from the opening remarks to the goodwill messages, the technical presentations on the Flare4Value report, findings and recommendations by Dr. Chino. We had panel sessions on bridging decarbonization, on methane abatement and MRV systems for Nigeria as energy future. We've had technology presentations from IFFE Bonemon on multi-phase pumps for gas flare reduction. We've had from Neumann and ESA on compressor solutions for gas flare solution reduction. We have heard from 2G more recently on harnessing flare gas volumes for decentralized power. We've also had another panel session moderated by Dr. Chinandikwa on strategic utilization and bankability of flare volumes. So I would like to call on Ofonoma Achibong to give us a wrap-up on what the takeaway from all of this will be and actionable insights or next steps we'll take from here to try to implement some of the recommendations and some of these wonderful ideas we have had here today. So, Ofonoma, thank you. After that, we would be closing very soon, even though we started late, but we would close on time, I assure you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mala. And thank you for everyone. Great. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Yeah. Last but not least, happy to be here, taking us through the wrap up. Just sharing some actionable next steps. So I think we've seen quite a bit of we've had good information sharing since morning, starting with the actual, so the continuation of this presentation, that's what I'm doing, which is what we saw in the morning, technical study. And then we saw a few technology presentations as well, and then some discussions like Dr. Malas said. But I want to take us through some of the actionable next steps, so things we can start doing when we leave this room. It's when we worked on this study, I think we came to the conclusion that it would not be good to just have a theoretical study, to have steps that we can take to take the work further, and of course begin to implement these things, these strategies that we've discussed. So I'll just take us through 3 quick slides and I'll be out of your face. So some of the consolidated recommendations on flare gas commercializations and decarbonization is: number 1, mandating independent metering of all flare points. So I think Dr. Chinan harped on this very, very repeatedly during his presentation. So having that system that has metering for each of the flare points, and then of course having it interfacing with the regulators dashboard as the NUPRC, and then of course having other stakeholders, some ability to view or see what is happening real time from wherever they are. This is something that I think we looked at some of the regulations. We've agreed that they are there. The regulations exist. The technologies we've seen from our technology partners today on the German side, these technologies, to make this possible, they are available, so we should already find a way to start getting that done. The second one would be on the NGFCP, so trying to commercialize. So there's been a lot of talk around the NGFCP. 46 flare sites have been awarded, flare awardees, and then I think they have 49 flare sites among all 46 of them. But we are trying to prioritize maybe 5, 10, a maximum 15 very, very viable flare sites that can be commercialized very quickly. So giving them, so using the technologies or end use that we talked about, things like captive power, LPG, milli LNG, CNG, and as the case may be. There is talk about PRGs as well, partial risk guarantees for some of these. So taking these 10 or 15 or 5 high priority viable flare sites and giving them, so literally throwing all the support that we can at these top 10, top 5, top 15, and then of course it becomes a pilot. They become like a pilot that you can then build up upon for other awardees and even other flare sites that are not among the current 46 NGFCP flare sites. Then launching a national LDR, that's leak detection and repair, and methane abatement program. So we talked about the fact that methane is also a problem. So with flaring, it's not only the gas itself, methane, fugitive methane escape, and so launching something that can deal with that. And then very importantly, I think someone said earlier that all of this is all about money. Everything we're talking about comes down to money. So we are also proposing, so these are recommendations, so we are proposing flare gas commercialization task force, including the CBN and the Bank of Industry or any other relevant local financier we think can provide the financial base to make the investments worthwhile. And then number 5, operationalizing a national carbon registry, an MRV. There was a panel on MRV earlier, architecture to enable issuance of high integrity carbon credits. So I think the engineer from NNPC already mentioned that they're already earning carbon credits from some of their flare sites. Exactly, I think 1 million euros so far. Why shouldn't we explore that further and earn more? But of course, we need these. So not just on one, not just a one company solution, which is what they have so far, but something that's more widespread and national. Very important, number 6, requiring hydrogen-ready designs. So our new infrastructure, especially the pipelines, gas pipelines, we want them, or we would recommend that going forward, they should be hydrogen ready. We have this very, very viable potential for hydrogen in Nigeria. As we know, there's also, we are working on hydrogen, GIZ is even working on hydrogen alongside with this. And so we would recommend that, I mean, having these hydrogen ready designs for all on new infrastructure, and then a plan to upgrade or retrofit old ones. And then institutionalizing host community participation, very important social angles for these kinds of projects as it affects the local community, to ensure local content thresholds and equity benefit sharing for gas flare projects. Okay, so we have so these seven recommendations have been put into, like we said, these are actionable next steps within the 90-day period, and we took the first 90-day period to just see what can we do immediately, and these are still part of the recommendations. I will not read through all of them, but I'll just highlight some very key ones. Like the first one, drafting terms of reference to formally constitute an interagency flare gas commercialization task force. I think it was mentioned previously on one of the panels. Really, we need these. We need some sort of vehicle to drive these things, right? We've talked about it. We know the problem. We have the solutions, but we are not doing it. Part of it is that coordination, you know, among stakeholders and among the relevant relevant stakeholders and participants in this sector. So that's one very, very important thing, and I mean that can be done pretty quickly. I mean, with everyone, the 4 or 5 major stakeholders working on this project with GIZ, this can be done within the month. And then producing a verified list of priority flare sites, so that we talked about. Developing and circulating draft standardized GSAs for flare gas. So like also mentioned, also very important, we have standard GSAs for regular gas sales, but not for flares, flare gas. And so to be something important to do. And going by using and adapting existing GSAs, and then of course adapting it to the context of flare gas commercialization. Designing a flare gas credit window, blended financing, also partial risk guarantees showing up again with, like I mentioned, CBN, Bank of Industry, and then they can interface with international financing partners like the World Bank, Africa Development Bank, and the likes, to just mitigate the risk of coming into flare gas monetization business. So very, very important. And then I'll skip one or two, you see this. You can read that quickly. And establishing shared KPIs. So very important. If we're talking about having like a team and a task force, let's use that word for want of other words at the moment. If we're talking about that, there has to be some, what are we working against? How do we measure progress? How do we ensure that we are meeting our set targets. So shared KPIs for the task force and whoever else, of course, is working on these flare gas monetization projects. And then at the end of the 90 days, of course, try to, for these task force potential tasks, so these are recommendations, it's left for the stakeholders to adopt and decide to run with it. And we recommend that we actually adopt and run with it. So issue consolidated progress bulletins at the end of the 90 days to identify bottlenecks where what we've achieved, what we've gotten wrong, and what we can improve to keep it as a going concern moving forward. So ultimately, in conclusion, we have flogged, and I wouldn't want to overflog the issue, that gas flaring is more of a choice in our context. We have I know it's a difficult thing to say, but truly we have the regulations, like it has been said. We have the technology. I think where we need to be innovative around is the financing part. We have to be very innovative on that part, but it's doable. So we totally can do that. And so we've been missing that alignment and enforcement and execution, and that's what we should be driving towards now, especially with the last point on the last slide I mentioned, the interagency task force. And when we do this, we of course would unlock the financing, or rather the economic benefits. We said over 1.5 billion. That's the gas alone. If you go further, I'm sure when the report is shared, you will see, if we go further into the derivatives, into the communities, the monetary benefits is even beyond $1.5 billion. So we unlock all of that in gas value. We cut down our CO2 emissions and other greenhouse gas emissions, and deliver, of course, what we need, their country needs so badly, power. We need that so badly, and I think gas to power should be one of the priorities we should be looking at in these flare monetization projects. So we deliver that power to the country, and of course cleaner air, better environment with the total shutdown of flare stacks and sites. We improve the environment and provide good opportunities for the host community. So ultimately what we are saying is, if we are ready to take this forward, it's not just a climate thing, an environmental obligation. It's going to unlock industry. If we have the power, if we have these gas going into industry or going into the power sector, that's industrialization. Of course, the community benefits are there as well. That's social improvements. And then, of course, we are also keeping true to our climate commitments as a country. So we are able to do all of these in one single move if we are ready rather to take these recommendations and every other thing we've discussed and take them forward. So I will stop here, and thank you so much for having me deliver these conclusions, and we look forward to, so there's a committee, we look forward to engaging on these recommendations further within the committee and even within the wider stakeholder group. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ofonama, and the whole consultation team for this. That was very insightful, and I believe it has been an insightful day. All the sessions, even from the goodwill messages down to the technical presentations and the panel sessions. So we are happy to pause here for today and bring this to a close, and team for their closing remarks. But we'll first invite the representative from GACN team, Mrs. Tayo Rhodes Vivois.
Thank you. Thank you, Akene. Thank you, everyone. So I would have started by saying the usual, on behalf of the gas aggregator company, blah, blah, blah. But I think my take home for everyone today is, Chinan asked a question earlier, and he's like, can you raise your hand if you believe that there'll be zero flare by 2030? I'm of myself because I'm Nigerian, right? And I had Germans raising their hands, and so I quickly joined them, and someone said, oh, that's a political hand. So I think a take home from here is today is the 4th of December, a very special day. So from the 4th of December, we have 4 years, let's say. 4 years from now brings us to the end of 2029, which will lead us into 2030. So let this be our commitment that by 2030, when we come back, what we will be discussing will be more futuristic things and not flare anymore. By that time, flare would have become a thing of the past, and then we will be counting the gains. So that should be my birthday present for 4 years' time. So now, on behalf of the Gas Aggregator Company of Nigeria and the GIZ, our amiable partners, and of course, everyone that has participated in bringing us here today, and all of you sat in this room who have been here from the early hours of the morning, and you are still here, we would like to say a big thank you. Thank you to GIZ also for, collaborating with us, trusting that we could even deliver on this. Thank you all that have traveled from far and wide. And like I said, I hope that we'll be able to count the gains from this room in 4 years' time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Tayo. Okay, and on the raised hand, I think I'm just more generally a very optimistic person, but also like this motivation, I hope this helps us to continue on this momentum and strive forward. So thank you for joining the hand, and of course thank you for being a... Yes, as we conclude today's conference, I want to join Tayo and express my heartfelt thanks to everyone today who made this German-Nigerian, or the closing, or the multi-stakeholder conference of the German-Nigerian Flare4Value Initiative, so rich, but also in general a heartfelt thanks to all stakeholders who made the whole initiative or event series, including the report, the discussion paper, possible. So first and foremost, thanks goes out to our Nigerian partner institutions, NUPRC, GSTN, of course, NMDPRA, the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, Nostra, and the Presidency, who have been on board with us throughout sharing the data. Adding to that also, of course, a big thing. It has been stressed here already, but also from my side, it has been a wonderful experience visiting you and entering your facilities during the study tour. So we can really build on this relationships, partnerships, and build and exchanged knowledge. So as I said, we heard clear recommendations for action, and now is really the critical part to maintain this momentum over the festive period when we gather again next year to continue in the endeavor to reduce flare gas. The German-Nigerian Hydrogen Office stands ready to continue supporting Nigeria's journey towards sustainable gas management and energy transition. And as Johannes Lehne has also mentioned, German federal governments have really look forward to partnering with you again next year and the years after. And then for the very final part, before we can all come together in the networking lunch, I first need Ekene with me on stage. And then Mrs. Tayo, because she has announced it herself. It's her birthday today, so she's celebrating with all of us. And if you allow, we would like to sing a short birthday song before we go and have our lunch together.
Hip, hip, hip. Happy birthday birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. It's a great happy birthday to Mrs. Tayo from all of us here.
Happy birthday, Mrs. Tayo. Yes, it's a delight to celebrate your birthday here today. Thank you. So I think thank you, Tina. Thank you.
So thank you, Tina, for that wonderful session. So we actually started late, but we are right on time. So I think some credit to us. Round of applause to myself and Ekene for handling this well. so because we don't do this and you followed through, and we do hope that you took at least one or two things that you can go out to implement in whatever sphere it is that you're working at that is to do with this Flare4Value project. So we thank you all and we say see you next time. So, and maybe at lunch now. Thank you.
Tickets on your way out from Amaka. Amaka, please just be at the entrance. To the restaurant. I hear that they'll be closing lunch very soon. Sorry we took time. Please pick up your lunch tickets, please. Okay. Please, the lunch is at Brown's Lounge in